Shame. TruCrime Cafe. He's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain. Cold steel of the truth. Seeking justice. Seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless. He speaks for the street. TruCrime Cafe. Every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in the veins. He's calling it out. No way. No peace till justice is found. Backroom deals under neon signs. He reads one line, then follows the lies. Crack tape, low sound. He can hear that please. Somebody out there, come remember me. He don't blink when the story gets dark. He just digs deeper, strikes that spark. You hear that rage rotting under his breath. Every question is dear, every pause a threat. TruCrime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Yeah, seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the street. TruCrime Cafe, every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in the veins, he's calling it out. No way, no peace till justice is found. No way, no justice, no use in the lies. He tears down the curtain, looks dead in their eyes. Whoa, you feel that verdict rising inside your chest, till the guilty confess, till the broken can rise. TruCrime Cafe, he's serving the proof. Hot cup of pain, cold steel of the truth. Seeking justice, seeking reality. Voice for the voiceless, he speaks for the street. TruCrime Cafe, every single day. Pulling on the threads till they all give way. Corruption in essence, he's burning it down. No way, no peace till justice is found.
Shadows creep, blood on stone. Secrets whisper, truth unknown. Cold steel whispers, justice blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams
Blood on the briefcase, ink on the plea deal, coffee ring stains on a life that you can't heal. Man, this a charge, priced out by the ounce. Judge cracks a joke while they auction every ounce. Cameras in the corner, catch a cuff, then it cuts. Paper shred, justice turn a file into dust. Who signs the warrant when the fox runs a pen? Same last name on the golf bag and the bench. Lies in the wind, blowing through this true crime cafe. Hey, everyone's guilty, far as I can see from this ashtray. Can't trust a halo, every halo gotta stay within. I'm a voice for the voiceless, screaming over all these lies in the wind. Prosecutor preaching like a saint on the stand, but the bonus hit different when your head's on the sand. Public defender with a folder and a prayer. Rust on the handcuffs, rust on the chair. Corruption on the table like sugar in a jar. Sweet when you taste it, then it eats out your heart. Who do you run to when the badge got a brand? Same old handshake, same dirty hands. Lies in the wind, blowing through this true crime cafe. Oh yeah, crime gets ignored if the suit got the right last name. Can't trust a halo, every halo gotta stay within. I'm a voice for the voiceless, screaming over all these lies in the wind. Who can you trust when the system laughs in your face? When the judge is a punchline in the dark staircase? Insanity replay, same scene, different day. If justice won't answer, then we carve our own way. Hey. 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 Lies in the wind, blowing through this true crime cafe. I'm seeking the truth while they're sweeping all the proof away. Can't trust a halo, every halo gotta stay within. I'm a voice for the voiceless till the last breath chokes. Oh, these lies in the wind.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, guys. We are open for business. I hope you're all doing well today. Having an amazing day. Living your best lives. Being the beautiful people you are. It is great to see you all back here again. Once again, we are talking about that Idaho mess. Boy, oh boy, are we talking about it. Today is an open discussion for all of you to join. Call in, whatever you would like to do. Discuss your thoughts, your feelings, your theories, whatever it is. What questions do you have? That's where I'm at with it. I know I have mine. I know you have yours. Let's see if they match. That being said, you guys know how we do this. Let's jump in. Please make sure to hit the like button, share this out. Take a seat, get off your feet, grab your cup, fill it up. Let's do this. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth. reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the TruCrime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the TruCrime Cafe.
All right, all right. Welcome back. Welcome back. What it is, what it do. I'm doing great. How about you? Great to see you guys. Thank you for joining me here again at the cafe. Again, today, guys, is an open discussion. This is for you. There will be a link pinned in the top of the chat. This is, of course, Idaho with all the crazy craziness going on. I've been getting emails left and right, comments, all sorts of things left. What's this? What's that? Why this? Why that? Who, what, when, where, why, and how? Same questions I have. So at this point, we do the open discussions regularly. I allow, because I want everybody to be able to have their feelings heard, thoughts heard, opinions discussed, all of that. So I like to open this up for everybody to be able to call in to do this, so on and so forth. So the link will be pinned to the top of the chat as it is already, and Junior's already backstage, so that's good to see. Uh, um, he missed his papa, I can tell. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So anyway, it is another great day in the world, folks, and again, another day that we're discussing the horrible, horrendous Idaho Fort case with so much crazy bullshit going on behind the scenes with it. Very, very curious. So come on in and grab a seat. As I said, get off your feet, grab your cup, fill it up, get comfortable. We're going to break it down. Looks like Jesse Schul's in the house. Welcome back, sir. Baby Ames, great to see you. Miss Tandy here on her lunch break. Wonderful to have you as always. Miss Rowe, thank you for joining us. Michelle F., great to see you. Miss Teresa, welcome back. Margaret, welcome. Good to see you. Blue Devil, welcome back to you. The Karma Police are in the house. You better behave. Luther 75 dancing her way in as well. Miss Lori with Crime and Chaos, welcome back to you. Sleuthy Kitty, great to see you. Great to have you here. Turkey Creek Gal, great to see you. Kelly's the man. Hello from Bama. Roll Tide, brother. Roll Tide. Huge Bama fan. That's where my family's from, too, with my wife. One Made Nut. Eddie's in the house. Good to see you, sir. Please make sure to hit the like button on this one. Subscribe if you have yet not done that, and share this out. Let everybody else know what we do over here. Hope Norris, welcome from Tennessee. Great to see you. Michelle F. from over the pond. Great to see you as well. Thank you for joining us. Bubbles in the house. Our own special SR Bubbles. Welcome back to you, dear. Great to see you today. Legal Swag's in the house. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Always appreciated. Miss Tara D, welcome back to you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Becca, welcome back. Ozzy McGlenn, great to see you as well. Superman's grandma's back in the house today. Great to see you. Catching up. Miss Paula, the positive Fist Henry in the house. Good to see you, ma'am. Turkey Creek down. L. Ledlow, welcome and great to have you here. See all these white new names in the house. Wonderful to see you all. Italian girl, welcome back to you. We got a little announcement I'm going to make today too as well for you guys. Something I was discussing last night with my peeps in my crew. They all agreed it'd be a good idea, so I'm going to tell you about it now. Typically Unique's in the house, Miss Kim. Great to see you. Sudzan, good to see you as well. Convict's Thoughts with A.R. Hayes, what's going on, brother? Good to see you. Sylvia Hurley, welcome back to you. Sweet Pea, great to see you. Kiss Me Where I Pee's in the house. I will not, but it's wonderful to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Oh, Lord. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where's it at? Where it be? I just saw Christina Finley. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you today. Miss Margaret. 1 minute here. Right Turn Clyde's in the house. Welcome back, Becca. Good to see you, Sweet Pea. I said hello to you as well. I think I've caught just us and Pixie Dust. Good to see you. Lynn May, welcome back to you. I think I just about got everybody. Blue Devil. Welcome to you all. Thank you so much for joining us today. It's always appreciated. Miss Lexi, S20, good to see you. The Cat's Meows in the house. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us today. All right. Looks like the guests are starting to knock at the door here. I think I'm going to have to check. Here's something going on back there, but they're not fighting. What's that? Oh, well. Let me see. Okay, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, they're knocking at the door, yelling and screaming. Let's see who we got back here. All right, looks like Eddie's in the house again. Mr. Jesse Scholl from Thailand. Good to see you, sir. And of course, Mr. Dylan Hildreth with Hildreth Investigates. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. Now,
Get out.
I will say that there's two things that I want to talk about that is not related to Idaho. I do want to, I am interested to see what Eddie and Jesse think about the Shrilla case and Truckee.
Oh, well, yeah. I
I can sum up my thoughts pretty quickly for you, my man. Don't know fuck all.
Yeah.
He probably doesn't know most of those. Jesse doesn't cover much in these cases. This one he did for sure.
I will say I watched a little bit of your live with Kim when talking about it.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I don't know if I haven't seen anybody mention it, but absolutely, I haven't seen anybody say that's at least second degree murder. I can see first. I can't see.
Could have been premeditated for sure. Like, there's no way in hell. I agree with that, but at least second degree, yes.
So, for first degree would be a little, to me, with what I've seen, is a little bit of a climb. I personally think it would be first degree murder. However, it's not what you believe; it's what you can prove in court.
She's insane. Like,
oh yeah,
that happened not too far from me, obviously, and Kim as well. I think we're all it's around all of us. And there's no way on the planet you could ever make them believe that it was pot syndrome, that the pedal stuck, anything other than the fact that she floored the car and was trying to kill everybody in the car. End of story. That is an evil, evil human being. I don't even think she's human. No two ways about it. Smiling Sleuth, happy day anniversary. Congrats to you on 8 months. Thank you so much for being part of our family and our community. We do appreciate you very much. So yeah, that's my feeling. and everything's going to start talking about it again. I talked about it a year ago, I think, and now that Netflix put their special out on it, everybody's going back to it again. It's an insane story, and as you can tell, watching the court hearings and stuff, the apple don't fall. It falls right next to the tree with that one and her mother. I'll tell you right now, neither
And
one
it
of them have
never
any.
fell off.
No, it's still dangling. I agree with that one. There's no sense there whatsoever. G Bean, I see ya. Good to see you here today. Good to have you. Welcome back. Wonders Deep, good to see you. Another Alabama person in the house. Roll Tide, Roll Tide. The speed was
Does.
insane, guys. I've seen accidents. That gave me that like jumped up my PTSD watching the videos from that stuff. That was that bad. And she did it all on purpose. There's no doubt in my mind. So
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I can, like I said, I can see second degree murder just because trying to prove that level of premeditation is hard, but the district attorney there is an absolute rock star that he was able to pull that off, and he didn't let a stone go unturned.
yeah, the
Now,
prosecutor was
her
good.
lawyer, he had to have it. He had to have something against Mackenzie to go to a bench trial.
I said that was her choice, and I'm like, yeah, well, I don't think she wanted to face the jury because she knew what she did was wrong, in my opinion. Thank you. Typically unique. Happy day anniversary again for 12 months. That's awesome. Bench trial was probably a mistake. Yeah, it was. 100% it was. But whatever. I hope she rots in prison. And my opinion is, with the way that she is, the type of person, and we've already heard some of her calls to her mother in prison, so on and so forth. She's going to get in more trouble, in my opinion, and just add time on, hopefully, and she'll stay there the rest of her life. She shouldn't be walking around with other human beings on the planet. That's just my
Well,
opinion.
I saw something online that had her like disciplinary thing, and it already takes up a full page. She's not getting out on the first parole op.
Yeah, it's what 2037 is her first parole hearing, and I
Something like
guarantee
that.
you, I may even go myself and say no, because I'm like not that far from that courthouse, so I just may go myself because there's no way in hell I want that person strolling around in the community that I live in either. Because she's scary. She is very scary, truly. So good stuff. Eddie, how are you today, sir?
I'm doing well, Dago. Good to see you again. Good to see Jesse and Dylan. How are you both?
You as well, sir. And of course, Jesse, how are you, sir?
I'm doing fine. Not as good as Eddie, though. Eddie's getting shout outs over on Pav's channel. He's a bit of a. Are you starstruck, Eddie? Can I ask?
I am famous.
Mhm. I got referred to as a silly gentleman.
Well, I mean, gentleman could have been. It could have been another word.
No,
Jesse.
gentleman was better than I might
Yes.
deserve, maybe.
Yeah, he's
I
got a
have
little
to
more.
say, Jesse, though, you're misinterpreting what the situation is. You claim that he's calling you out for arguing with me.
I'm being sarcastic. Actually, I was.
Oh, that's good.
I am a sarcastic individual. At the end of the day, I watch Pav. Whether he can't expect me to agree with everything he says, but it's pointless for me to criticize him too much because if I don't want to watch, I don't have to watch, right? So
Right.
And I don't dislike Pav, or I got nothing against him, and I'm sure I hope he doesn't have anything against me. But then he had a valid point too. I was unaware that Bicca had signed the document, and you caught me out on that, and perhaps a little embarrassing for me, but I still would like to contend that I want to hear what Bicca has to say.
Agreed. Yeah.
I don't think you can infer all that by a signature, especially when you're part of a team and the team is signing off. You get three individuals, three brothers, three family members, three business partners. You're going to have a tough time finding three individuals that agree on everything. I wouldn't be surprised if that defense team has varying opinions on different issues. And until I hear it from Bicca's mouth, I'm not going to infer that she's on board with everything that Anne's on board with. I don't think it's reasonable to infer that.
No, I think that's a reasonable. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Eddie.
Pav is saying that it blows his ever-loving mind. And he was absolutely right. The level of my frustration when you said that, from my point of view, it was either you're being extremely difficult for the sake of being difficult, or you believe what you're saying.
I think I had a
And
couple
if you
bottles of
believe what
wine
you're
that evening.
saying,
What was the comment?
pardon me for saying that. Hopefully this doesn't come across too severe. But if you believe what you're saying, that does show lack of judgment.
I mean, what I just said or what I said the other night?
Well, both. They're one and the same. About Becca Barlow, and she's unaware of what it is that she's signing.
I did not. That's not. I definitely didn't say that.
Okay, what?
I
However
definitely
you
didn't
said
say that.
she's forced to sign it. Then you
I didn't say that either. No.
Re-say what you said.
I said that I'm not going to infer by her signature that she agrees, she's fully on board with everything that Anne says and does. Now, she agreed to sign it, so she can't have that much of a. I don't know what her opinion is, and I just can't infer exactly what her opinion is based on the signature. I guess I can infer that she's not she can't just disagree with Anne to a degree that prevented her from signing it. That's all I can infer. You know, like I said, you get a group of people that are business partners and are involved in ventures. They're going to have varying opinions, and I still think Bicca's opinion of Turvey, from her mouth, from just what she says from her mouth, does she think he's a liar? Does she think he's? I mean, there's a variety of ways to interpret Turvey's behavior, from deceitful, spiteful, coming from a good place but misguided. There's she could have one of those, and Anne could say he's a fucking liar, right? And she might say, well, he's coming from a good place but he's misguided. You understand that how there is variances of opinion?
Aren't you reading into this just a little bit? I mean, the takeaway is at face value. Read the letter and read who signed it. Is there any more to it than that?
At that point right there, no. But to believe in everything that he has said, I have to agree. We don't know that unless she tells us that. You know what I'm saying? Like that point there, what she signed, she's an attorney. I imagine she's going to read it first. That point there, sure. I would have to agree that she would know what she signed, and she would have to agree with that point. To that level, that's it. Everything else that has been said, though, like unless we were to hear it from her personally, I don't know that I would infer that she believes everything is what I think he's saying. That's how I feel about it personally myself. But
well, the whole point of the video was that Pav basically said Turvey's the leak, and he's the one that's going to be in legal trouble. And I'm not saying he's wrong, but I think that's a lot of
he's done right. Yeah,
I think that's making a lot of inferences from, you're saying that I'm making inferences that I shouldn't be making from limited information. I think that's definitely taking some leaps there with the knowledge that we have. So yeah, I certainly don't see that as being the most probable explanation for what I'm seeing based on the information I have as a guy who's so sloppy. I don't read the documents and didn't even notice the signatures. And I will, I'm not going to apologize to anybody. I'm not trying to represent myself to be an authority on anything. I'm a sloppy guy that doesn't read the documents. I'm just here to have a bit of a chit chat. And I missed that one. And yeah, my bad.
It's all good. Nobody's perfect. That's for damn sure. Real quick before we get into anything else, thank you, Margaret, so much for dropping the 5 memberships. That's very much appreciated. Welcome, Christina, Finley, Cookie Puss, Kelly's the Man, LM Minty, and Molly Clifford. Welcome to the sauce. Congrats to you guys. Also, there was, just get it out of the way, Miss Christina Finley dropped a $9.99 super chat. Heading towards our goal already, as well as Miss Jackie. UK Jackie dropped a $2 one as well. Thank you for that, Miss Jackie. All you guys kicking everything off very quick. I appreciate that very much, all of you. So, okay. Moving forward. So, first and foremost, I want to say, I think that this has gotten ridiculous to some aspect, that this is being taken so personally that people are like really getting upset about these things that we have no control over, and they're all opinions. So if it, how can I say what I'm trying to think now? Or yeah, that's what I was going to say. I nobody should be being insulted any which way from anyone. That's a fact. And again, you guys know how I feel about that. Like when people come together and discuss things and have a difference of opinion, it shouldn't end their relationship over it. It just shouldn't. Not saying that that's happened. I'm saying it will at some point somewhere down the line. It shouldn't do that to anybody. It's insane to believe that it can happen that way. Once again, it's giving them in a sense what they wanted, and that's to divide and conquer, as I said, because that's what it does.
Well, I think that's exactly what might be happening when
It is.
when like Pav's theory that Turvey is the leak, the way he lays it out, it makes me think that there might be some powers that be that are trying to set that up. To pin the fact that Turvey and Ann Taylor are fighting, who benefits? That's what I always say. Who benefits? Follow the money. This seems like a great thing for the state that doesn't want to divulge any information. A great thing for Bill Thompson and the prosecution. Sure. That now we're debating, is it Ann Taylor that's the link or Turvey, the expert, that's the leak?
And what's worse, Jesse, is in the end of this, I just said 2 days ago, I think I said this, they've probably already dealt with the situation. Turvey and Taylor already have probably discussed it, talked about it, worked through it, moved on, and everybody in the world still arguing over it because, they don't know that, of course, but that's how these things end up happening half the time. So, once again, here we sit.
Well, even what Pav's speculating on that Turvey leaked was not incriminating. It wasn't information that was necessarily incriminating to Kohberger, as far as I'm aware.
Is it the newest? I didn't get to see the newest video, if that's what you're talking about.
This was, I think, about 36 hours old or something. It's not brand new.
Okay. I might have seen that one then. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you.
He gives you a shout out, calls you doggo and everything.
It might have been the one. He's done it a couple times recently, so it could be, yeah.
He definitely mentions Eddie by name and mentions me by calling me a gentleman that was didn't have a clue or something along those lines. And like I said, Eddie, I
don't remember that. He says that it blows his ever-loving mind that you would even entertain such an argument as that.
Well, I think that my argument might have been misunderstood because, like I said, I'm not trying to infer that she signed a document that she didn't look at. What I'm trying to infer is she agreed with it enough to sign the document, but like I just provided a bunch of variable opinions, such as Turvey's the devil, he's an asshole. I don't care if I wouldn't save him if he was drowning, all the way to his heart's in the right place, but he's misguided and he shouldn't be speaking. Those two opinions. I mean, are either of those two opinions out of bounds and not? I don't see either of those two opinions as unlikely. Like for me to suggest that maybe she feels like his heart's in the right place, but he shouldn't be speaking. Is that like? There's no way that that's the case. Can anybody tell me that?
I fully agree with you, Lexi. I don't see that as a bad thing. Opinions and different perspectives, I think, are good. And I didn't take what you said as a bad thing. It's just your perspective on things. And I didn't take it as a negative thing either. As far as that's what you were asking at that. But I didn't hear him say what he said, so I can't make a judgment on that. I will listen to it, though. I've never
heard... he felt sorry for Eddie for having to listen to me, basically.
I mean, that I've heard him say that stuff before. I get that. And I have a lot of respect for him. Sometimes I think that's probably not the best.
No,
the best way to say things. You know what I mean?
You should really come with then timestamps so we can look at that. You're mischaracterizing it a little bit, Jesse, I have to say. He's sorry for me because I was frustrated.
Yeah.
Well, and that I can understand him saying, and I get it. But I think all of us were at that point frustrated with different things,
Anyways, I'm not frustrated by any of it. I find it amusing. I find it great for Eddie to get mentioned and for Pav to give this panel a shout out. And even though I was the not the most glamorous, wasn't represented in the most glamorous way. I guess I deserved that. I had a few drinks and I wasn't aware of the signature, and you know, I accept that
Was it
you
the
know,
one where he predicts a new trial? That video?
I think he based the whole point of the video is that Turvey at the end, the bomb is Turvey is the leak, and Turvey leaked it to Whitcomb, and I mean it's quite a detailed theory. Like, and maybe I don't even, maybe I'm misrepresenting that too. But the way that I understood it was that Turvey leaked the crime scene, Xana's blood being upstairs, because that was part of the Dateline thing, which
Yeah.
wasn't really specifically saying anything about Bryan's guilt, as far as I know. The phone and the pictures and all that stuff and all the stuff that actually made Bryan look bad would have come from somebody else, because Turvey never had any of that, right? So therefore, Turvey being the leak of what? Like, maybe he's one of many leakers, but his information, and if he didn't leak it to Dateline himself, he gave it to Whitcomb, and then Whitcomb gave it to Dateline. It's like, well, even if that's true, it's like 3 degrees of separation, and the real nefarious, to point that out and ignore the more nefarious actions of whoever leaked the actual phone to Dateline. I thought that was,
well,
those are the real bad actors.
That statement in itself, okay? I think that statement, I think somebody just sent it to me. That statement alone would be just as bad, in my opinion, as saying that Ann Taylor would be the leak, which is something I don't believe.
Well, I mean, it's the exact same statement with the exact same evidence, really.
That's what I mean. I think saying it on either end is just not correct. I don't know, until there's some form of a complete, total criminal investigation. I'm sure it's just a theory, of course, and a speculation. We all know that. But saying it in either direction is probably not the best way to approach that at this point, as of yet, is what I'm saying. So,
and I never really believed that when Turvey said it either, because it's a bit of a wild accusation to make, to be honest with you.
I wouldn't believe either one of them would do that. You know what I mean? I think my opinion has always been law enforcement, but that's me. But yeah, I don't think either one of them were.
I mean, the fact of the matter is that when it comes to the leak, the facts haven't changed. Everything still points at the state.
Did you see the video, Dylan?
I haven't.
Okay, the way he describes it, it does make, put it this way, yeah, like Pav always does good work, and his theories, he provides enough receipts to make it let's say plausible. So he's got all the timing lined up that you could make some sense out of it. I'm not saying that I buy it, but the way he describes it is Turvey leaked his report to Whitcomb, and Whitcomb leaked it to Dateline. But where he definitely loses me is basically he makes it seem like the whole book and all the interviews that both of them have been doing is just to cover that up, to cover their asses for this whole leak, which that sounds like a very involved conspiracy theory to me.
Agreed.
That and with the date, with everything that leaked, it's not in favor of Kohberger. On top of that, so
well, it could be, depending on if things were handled with it. Okay, the hair thing. Well, I don't really consider that leak if it's not. It was put into the documents under a different classification. Therefore, it wasn't really leaked. It was out there. It just was not. It was unknown. You know what I mean? So
yeah, like the book, it didn't really leak. It didn't really leak anything. It just kind of, it pretty much worked as a tool to use to.
And nothing in that book was anything that like Dateline spoke about Bryan either. So it wouldn't fall in that bracket, in my opinion. So,
and I've tried to find that Dateline episode, but I can't find it anywhere.
Oh, I have it somewhere. I'm trying to find this damn. Hold on one second. Bear with me, Sluther. Where did you say you sent it to me at? Because I can't find it.
She said the Discord inbox.
Yeah, I went in there and I don't see it. It went in under the. There's another spot. You still in there, Eddie?
Yes. Can I
Yeah, go ahead. If you, I just won't. Go
distract you
ahead.
for a second?
Go
It might
do it.
require a little bit of your brain power.
I don't have much, so don't squeeze too hard, buddy. I'm just kidding. Yeah,
I was
sure.
trying to help you out the other day. You were like really trying to scour Jules' playlist and find that what you were calling the alternate perpetrator hearing.
Yes, sir. It doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
No, it
Yeah.
doesn't. I figured that out that same day that we have a transcript of it. And I forgot. You remember? Oh, because there were so many hearings. I forgot that some of the hearings were split, where they were open and then they were closed. That was one of the open and closed ones where they talked about some things earlier and then they closed the rest of the hearing off. But that part of it was completely closed out. So I do have a transcript that I'm going to get to and pull up. Not today, but we're going to go over that transcript from that too. But thank you, Eddie. I appreciate that because that's what I figured out later on in the day. And then I'm sitting there like, how do you not remember that, you dumbass? Like, you were all about that, and you were pissed off because they kept closing the hearings, and I was talking to myself like I was talking to somebody else. So, but thank you. I appreciate that. The point that you
'cause
were
I
trying to
didn't
help
know
me
it
out.
until I went scouring the playlist.
I forgot.
I
forgot.
didn't know. Yeah, I thought I was looking for something, but when I finally put it all together, I realized then there was no, what we would have called a alternate perpetrator hearing. There was no such thing as that. So I went into the documents and I kind of logged the sequence of the filings of those motions and state's objection and defendant's reply to the state's objection and finally the order. So
Right.
yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah. There is a transcript from it. I found out, and I was like, I knew this already. I just didn't understand why I couldn't remember. But then I remembered everything I do and all the stuff I look at, and I'm like, okay, that would be why. And I got it confused with the continuance hearing. For whatever reason, I had the dates confused. If you remember, I was going on forward, and it was actually back one a month before, and that's where I got all screwed up with it. But either way, but I do appreciate you trying to help me out with it, for sure.
I will say
Go
the craziest part is about the Dateline leak is it, in my opinion, it's going to decide whether Brian's going to be able to do the appeal, or he just stays silent for the rest of his life. Because
I mean,
let's say that let's just say that leak does come from Ann Taylor, and they throw the book at her. Well, obviously she can't represent Bryan Kohberger any longer. On top of that, that's ineffective counsel. And I can almost promise you there is going to be a big wig lawyer running to Idaho because of everything going on in this case. You don't think Alan Jackson loves the spotlight?
I don't know,
Baez
dude. I
loves
don't
it.
know about that. I thought that at one point too. Truly and honestly, Dylan, I was like, Jesus Christ, there'd be attorneys all over this trying to jump on it to get their name out there. It looks to me though like nobody wants to touch this. That's how
Look
it's
at
coming off.
look at all the attorneys on YouTube that have run from it.
That's what I mean.
I will say reputable people who come across as having impeccable character, and they won't even talk about it, let alone get involved in representing him. They won't even represent a positive view of his innocence anymore. Like
Right.
there's some powerful entities that are silencing people who talk about this, talk about the other cases like Charlie Kirk and a few, that for whatever reason, people in high places have interests that don't jive with us talking about that.
Yeah, for sure. And like the attorneys don't seem to want. They're not. I don't think anybody's going to touch it. That's the sad thing. Now, if you were right, which is what I had hoped for, and we saw somebody come forth that was like, a big wig or whatever you want to call it, that was wanted to jump on this pro bono or something just to get the publicity from it or whatever, it would be amazing, I think, because it would, I think they could all work together in that aspect. The current defense team, somebody else possibly, or if it goes into appeals, an appellate attorney that is a big deal coming forth and stepping in for it too would be a great job too, I think. But everybody seems to be petrified of this.
The only
Period.
person that would do it is somebody who's really anti-establishment, the
Yeah.
kind of person that's going to show up and protest COVID lockdowns, or
Yeah.
you know, like a fringe political dissidents, anti-war people that are going to take an unpopular opinion because of their convictions.
Somebody like
and
a Candace
fight
Owens
the
type
system.
person.
Like
Yeah.
a Candace Owens or a
Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah. Yeah.
not so much.
Dude, Giuliani. That's funny. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you so much for that, dear. I appreciate that. I didn't see who got it, but congrats to whoever did. All right, so I think I have this that we can work through this and get this dealt with. I think I have the right one here. This is from, I think it was one day ago. If not, we'll figure it out. But that way, everything's understood clearly.
I mean, it's a great video. Actually, it was well worth watching, regardless if we're talking about ourselves or not. It was. There's a lot of interesting stuff he says in here.
Oh, absolutely. Most everything lately that he's been doing, I've been quite interested in listening to understand, and I could see different theories and opinions. Like I said, they make sense.
I mean, even though I don't agree with his perspective in this video, I still find it very interesting.
And one of the things that before we start the video, I do want to point out something that I find absolutely wild. Nobody, from Trashley Banfield to Nancy Disgrace,
They're not going to either.
or sweet little low IQ Annie Elise,
They will not. I know what you're going to say before you say it. Buddy.
quiet.
They won't touch it. Nobody's going to touch this from legacy media. Nobody. You understand that, right?
I find that absolutely wild.
Well, look at it. Look at it, Dylan. That's another good point before we jump into this real quick. Eddie and Jesse as well. Did you think when any of this stuff dropped ever that legacy media would touch anything with this? Because think about what has happened to previous with stuff like this. They don't touch it. They don't.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like WSU Kim coming forward. I mean, if WSU Kim had a story that was negative to Bryan Kohberger, she would have been on every channel.
Absolutely. They will not.
They would have made a superstar out of her.
There's your proof, Dylan, that they're running that narrative into the ground on purpose, because if it was anything, the only way they'll touch it, okay, the only way it'll get touched is if somebody goes after the defense team, period. Or if somebody gets in trouble from the defense team, period. That's the only way they're going to touch this. If the prosecution were to get in trouble, get arrested, somebody like, they won't even put that out, I doubt. So that's the only way it's going to be heard from them, in my opinion.
Well, what I was saying is, and I know how mainstream media likes to work. They won't even mention. They won't mention the clump of hair. They won't mention any of the exculpatory evidence in the case. They'll just frame it as, oh, Ann Taylor, the defense attorney for Bryan Kohberger, has absolutely ripped Brent Turvey because of XYZ.
Sure.
And they won't even mention anything else.
Have you seen that though?
What?
Dylan, have you seen that though? The mainstream media has mentioned that. I'm paraphrasing what you just said. That Ann Taylor has ripped.
Have you seen anybody put that out anywhere?
And if so, what are the articles?
No, I'm saying I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
But yeah, that would be the only time that they will put if there's some drama behind it, is the only way they'll do it. But if it goes against that generalized narrative that's out there, there's no way they'll touch it. There's no way that'll tell you how on board that they are in the pocket. I'll just say, without saying it, that they are with this. It has to be that or nothing else. And it's disgusting to me. It's all about propaganda, 100%. I'd like to know. I'd like to see the income that was taken in from these the possible income that was made from these media outlets and where it came from. Because I swear to God, it sounds like they were all paid off to do this. Okay, truly and honestly, I know that sounds slightly ridiculous, but does it really?
Probably comes from the same place they got the same funding they got during the lockdowns. I mean, that was, I don't know about, I guess every government's different, but where I come from, the government was transparently over the table. Everybody could see it, just shoving money at the mainstream media. And of course, how are they going to, the mainstream media is not in a position to criticize what the government's doing if they're shoving money in their face.
Of course. No, that makes good sense too. All right. I think Sluther sent me to this point here. I think this is the point where we're supposed to be at for this. So let's check this out. And once we get through this, guys, just so everybody knows, we're going to figure this out, and then I want to move on past this into some other stuff that a lot of people had wanted to speak on, if that's okay. But I just want to make sure this is clarified first. Yeah.
Big picture of what I'm discussing. And you know, it's interesting. I was watching my guy Dago the other day having a conversation with who was he having a conversation with? I think it was Eddie and another gentleman, and they were discussing, you know, whether or not to trust Ann Taylor and team versus Dr. Turvey. And I know that's been a big bone of contention here lately with a lot of people. And one thing I do want to point out, I mean, because I hear this all the time, hey, she's a public defender. How can you trust her, Pav? Well, in all fairness, right now, because she is Bryan Kohberger's attorney, I mean, we literally know that from the cease and desist letter that her, Bicka Barlow, and Elisa Massoff put out telling Turvey to shut up and attacking his credibility. I mean, that's what we got to work with, y'all. If you had some other attorney if I had my choice, I would have who I call Master Bates, who was doing the post-conviction relief for Zach Adams, which, by the way, it's been almost, it's over 5 months now, and the judge still hasn't ruled on the Zach Adams post-conviction relief, which should have been a slam dunk. And if they don't rule in his favor, then I think it's, mental torture to make somebody wait that long waiting on a judge ruling. I don't understand it. Maybe I need to look. I haven't looked it up here lately. I haven't seen anything come across, so I'm assuming he still hadn't ruled. But I mean, I think I love old Dago. He's great, and I appreciate all those guys, and I really I had a lot of empathy for Eddie on that show as people were making arguments like they didn't believe that Bicka Barlow put out the statement because it was just on letterhead, and they hadn't even looked at the statement and seen that Bicka Barlow, Massoff, and Ann Taylor, all three signed it. And then they started to argue about, well, wait a minute though, if you sign something, it's just like at work. If the boss tells me to sign it, I sign it.
A vet told Rob Lowe this about cottage cheese and aging dogs. Watch this.
You feed your dogs cheese?
Yeah, a lot of people don't.
I'm like, goodness, because I could feel his frustration as he was hearing that. I mean, when you have documentation that's important to sign, what do? You go get your attorney to look at it before you sign it to make sure it's okay for you to sign it. So to think an attorney would not look at the documentation that they're signing before they sign it, and it has no meaning, blows my ever-loving mind. Yeah, I mean, you can easily take from that Bicka Barlow meant every bit as much of that as much as Ann Taylor. But considering Ann Taylor and team is what we have to work with, that's what we have to work with. Because
okay. So
I disagree with that statement that you can easily infer that.
Well, here's the thing. And like I said earlier, I believe this. I'm going to go 50-50 on this, okay? Honestly and truly. No problem, Dylan. I think, like, if you work, okay, for instance, if you work in a firm, a law firm, I'm not saying that's what this was, okay? But I think if you work in a firm, there's like 6 of you, 4 or 5 of you, 6 of you that work all together on a case. And a lot of times they probably do just sign off on different things. But in a situation like this, I imagine they would have read through this because this is a statement being put out to the public with all their names on it. So I can't imagine somebody like Barlow specifically, or Massoff, to be honest with you, not looking at the statement and saying, okay, because it's going to, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, you guys, it's going to reflect directly right back to them. That statement will, okay? And in turn, their actual it's not just a stamp or, you know what I mean, how they do sometimes. They actually signed this. So that would directly reflect right back to them. And then people are going to call it into question the same way it has been, in my opinion. So I would imagine with this, they absolutely had to read through this statement and say, yeah, I'm okay with that. Go ahead and do it. Or it was a conversation that was had between the three of them or four of them. I keep forgetting that Logston's still part of that. But he didn't sign it. That's the difference. It could have been a conversation and they all just agreed upon the actuality of this shouldn't have happened. We need to step on this right now or something like that. You know what I mean? To shut it down right now or something like that before it gets worse. I don't know. These are just my own personal opinions on this. But anything else, though, I want to clarify. Anything else that he has said, Turvey has said, okay? I'm going to say that I can't say, but even though they were close, him and Barlow were very close from my understanding, and very much respected each other, or still do, okay? I don't know that she fully agrees with anything else he has said. That's the only problem until we hear from her is what I was saying earlier. Go ahead. Sorry.
Diego, real quick. On that point, everyone keeps making it. So in fairness, about Bicca Barlow and Turvey being so close, good friends, whatever. My question to that is, does Bicca feel the same way?
Great question, and
It is a
that's
great
why I'd
question.
like to hear it out of her own mouth.
Right there.
I've asked that same question myself, and I think what I actually the end result of what I was saying is I'd like to hear Bicca Barlow say the things that Ann Taylor is saying, and if I heard that, that would bring me a long way towards, okay, maybe Turvey really is a bad actor here. If I could hear Bicca throw him under the bus herself, that would change my opinion of how I view this situation. But I do believe that I'm not saying she signed a document without realizing what she was signing. I don't think I ever believed that or meant to say that. If perhaps I drank too much wine and it sounded like that's what I meant, but I definitely did not mean to say that. What I more or less meant is certain people are alphas and certain people aren't. If you get a group of people and you have to make a group decision, sometimes one member of the group will reluctantly go along and say, okay, and I think I said this earlier, that you could have a variance of opinions. Everybody could agree that Turvey shouldn't be speaking.
Yeah.
But they could disagree on whether he's a bad actor or not. And until I hear it from Bicca's mouth, I can't just infer based on a signature everything about the way she feels about this situation.
Well, I don't want to go back and forth on this too much, but we already discussed that they're not going to banter back and forth with him. It wouldn't be a good look, and it's only necessary from your selfish point of view.
Sure. I'm not suggesting that she owes it to anybody to say something, but I'm just saying I'd be curious to hear what she actually has to say. And I find it odd, the fact that they were friends. I find it odd that this is the result of this.
Well,
what's happened is odd.
I'm glad you said that like that too, because where did we get that initial information from, Jesse, when we figured out that they were kind of close? Do you remember where that came from?
I thought it came right from Turvey.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm not turning myself on him either, because, I'm in the middle on this. I'm waiting to see what happens on both sides. But him saying that, now we have to hear her say that. And that's what I think has to happen within these situations. And I fully agree with you with that. That would make this make more sense in all aspects, I think. So if it could have been something he just said to make it look good, or it could be absolutely true. And we don't know. That's the thing. So at that point, if something is stated, we'll know, or not. If we'll see how things play out in the end with this. Now, there was also something else that was brought up that I think it was him that brought it up. Did you see the other video? Or it was either this one or the other one he did, where he brought up the other expert that was working alongside Turvey doing the same thing, that he ended up filing the final report. I can't think of his last name right this second.
Oh, Matthew Nodal. That's all in this video.
It's the same video then. Okay. No, it wasn't Nodal.
And actually, that is probably something that we could all agree on, or no, well, maybe not, but Jesus, I'm just maybe we should I mention the way I feel about it now, or should I wait till after we view the video?
It whatever you want to do, you're fine either way.
I'll just tease it a little bit, because, and my teaser is that part of Pav's theory is that Turvey was basically fired, and they had a better they had a better expert that was superior to Turvey, and Cy Ray was also fired, and they had a better expert. And you think back at how much weight we were giving Cy Ray was like a freaking superhero, practically wearing a cape, the way the true crime community thought of him.
Well,
and then when Turvey comes out, he's saving the day. Actually both of them have very impressive resumes.
Sure.
Their reports and the information that they were apparently going to testify to sounded fantastic. And to think part of the flaw of Pav's logic here, though, is if you had two experts that were better, that you were going to choose over those guys, that makes it even harder to believe that we got to the result we're at now, why are you pleading if you have two experts that are even better than Cy Ray and Brent Turvey?
Well, and that's what I was going to say, was the way I read what he was saying, it was interesting because I didn't know this. I didn't realize that, I should say. It was almost like they had two experts working almost each specific subject. Okay, I'll just put it that way, for lack of better ways to put it. And they almost like they took the better of the two as far as their feelings were concerned. You know what? I think Turvey dropped his on January 21st. He dropped his report or something like that. And then the other gentleman dropped his, I want to say Guzman. That's not it, though. Dropped his report the next day. And like you said, it almost made it sound like they were kind of like pushing past Turvey and moving on to the other gentleman's, because maybe his report was because it was the final report, seemed to be the one they were going to go with. So it made me wonder, 100%, did they back away from him maybe and move on to this other person? So yeah, that's what it sounds like.
It certainly provides motivation to throw Ann under the bus. I mean,
it would. Yes.
Again, I said that he's very good. This information is great. It's really interesting, and I certainly agree with that part of the speculation. I mean, if they fired him, he's now he becomes a disgruntled employee. So that starts to. But I still think there's some missing pieces in his logic. But anyways, let's watch him.
Yeah. Is it? I'm trying to figure out, because I don't want to watch the entire thing. Trying to figure out where we come in. Oh, here it is, right here.
Yeah.
Slavinsky was the other guy. With the Cy Ray that's why I got it confused. So yeah, they did the same thing with these two. Okay. They took his report, and then his report came in after the fact, and then his was the final report. And I was kind of shocked. I didn't realize that. And then they did the same thing with Turvey and Nodal. And I was like, wow, I didn't know that. You know what I mean? I didn't know they were using both. And it sounds to me at that. Now, here's the thing we got to remember now, knowing this, okay, I took this into consideration. For her to do this, okay, as a quote unquote public defender, for her to do this, because that's a statement I've never liked. Paul pointed that out. The people said that to him, and that irritates the shit out of me too. Like, why would you trust her? She's a public defender. That's some bullshit. Hold on a minute. 1 second. I'm sorry. Bear with me. Be nice to each other. I'll be right back.
Yeah, the fact that both Cy Ray and Brent Turvey weren't even going to be the experts they used if it went to trial, that was kind of mind-blowing information, I thought.
Yeah, I do find it interesting. I don't know if it's normal for them to have multiple experts, especially with Taylor being a public defender. I don't know if that's normal, but I now do want to see both reports from Turvey and kind of compare and contrast from both experts.
Yeah, we need to see what the difference in I guess what Pav is saying in this video is that Turvey missed the mistake made by what's her name, Sutton. The state's expert Sutton makes a mistake about the blood upstairs, which was what ended up leaking in the Dateline piece. And
all right, guys,
that was the reason they cut him, basically.
That was the wife. So what the hell was I say? Oh, okay. Let me get back to my point now. The fact that she. Oh, okay. I was complaining about people making the statement that she's just a public defender. Why would you trust her? That's not the way to see this. For for her being just a public defender, she's got one hell of a record. I'll put it that way, okay? And I've always respected her in that aspect. I think a lot of us have for just being a public defender. And I didn't see her as just a public defender. She also did private things and so on and so forth too. But anyway, for her to do this, okay, to bring in multiple experts, meaning putting in the work to bring in multiple experts to try to prove the innocence of the client she's working with, says a lot to me, okay? Somebody that's just a public defender is going to do the bare minimum, in my opinion. Do what they got to do, run the case through, and move the fuck along. That's how I see that. Other people might see it differently, but that's my opinion. So
the question I have, and you might be able to answer this, Dago, is it normal for people to bring in multiple experts like this?
Well, that's a question. That's a great question, Dylan. In a public defender's case, okay, but this is different. This is not like your run-of-the-mill, every day somebody shot somebody and it's just a standard murder case. This is huge. This is like the biggest case that's hit since I don't know when. Okay, this blows the O.J. Simpson case out of the water. So in that sense, I think it probably would be, if you have somebody that's really working the case, they're going to bring in who they have to bring in to prove, okay, what they have to prove. And in my opinion, she saw what was going on. We knew that. We saw her say things in different hearings, and her saying, even with Judge, she's like, Your Honor, you don't understand the things that I'm dealing with here, so on and so forth. She's pointing out to him at that point, and he acknowledged it, guys. He literally said, yeah, I do, and I feel for you. That tells me he knows what's going on, too. He sees what she's going through. She knows what she's dealing with back in Latah County. Then she hits Ada County, and the next guy on the prosecution shows up on the bench. Hitler, obviously. So at that point, I don't want to say that one was picked over the other, but it looks like the better of the two reports was taken. And I'm probably wrong when I say that. That's how it reads. You know what I mean? I'm probably wrong. And maybe she
But that also means that Slavensky and Nodal better have some pretty fucking impressive reports, because if they don't, and they were going to run with those guys and their reports, I mean, and perhaps we don't have the skill level to interpret what is a pretty good looking report, but
right.
Yeah,
And we can't, yes.
It certainly sets expectations high that they're going to, that Cy-Ray and Turvey are going to get ditched for two other guys.
Now, here's the thing. Don't take that as a full deal statement and believe in that, folks. What I'm saying to you is we don't know how this works. We don't. She would, in my opinion, she was probably going to take the two of them, combine reports, and say, we have two people saying this is what they're seeing, okay? And use it in that sense is how I would have done it. And I could imagine she would have too. And just like, okay, we had Cy pulling out his affidavit stating, I've never in 30 years seen such misinformation being presented in what I believe to be done on purpose, because due to something much, much bigger going on. His statement. Then we have Turby coming out making almost the same type of statement, okay? I'd love to hear from Slavinsky and Nodal, too, exactly how they feel about the same situations. Maybe she was going to use all of this, okay, at that point, and then at some point she ran into that wall and said it's not going to happen now. That's kind of how I'm seeing it, but I don't know for sure, like none of us do, is what I'm saying, unfortunately. But at this point, all it's doing is dividing everybody that believes in, the innocence of one person and the absolute disgusting trash that they turned the Constitution into with this, okay? That's what this is doing at this point. It's not fixing anything. It's not making Bryan any more innocent. It's not making anybody look good or bad. Okay, I mean, it is, but it's not. You know what I'm saying? We're not proving nothing by doing any of this, so.
And we're attacking experts and lawyers that are on the defense side,
right? That we don't know about,
and leaving the real bad actors. They're getting off. We're not even talking about them.
We're doing exactly what they want us to do, and if nobody sees that, you got to look again. I said this when this first started. We're doing exactly what they want. They're making us all go crazy, attack each other, and say, no, this is what it was. No, that's what it was. You're crazy. You're stupid. You're dumb. You're a moron, blah, blah, blah. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. We all work together in this. We stay together in this, and we continue going forward with this, doing the same thing we've been doing for the past 3+ years, and not give them the joy that they want from this. That's all I'm saying. So, um, but again, I appreciate Pav. I do, and respect him to high end, guys. You guys know that, and what he's saying does make sense. It does. It's very possible. I'm not discounting anything he's saying. All I'm saying is I don't know yet. We don't know yet. And I want to see how this plays out before I make any kind of a decision, me personally, on anything. I'm not throwing Ann under the bus and saying that she's a horrible attorney, and I'm not attacking Turby and saying that he's a horrible person either, or expert, whatever you want to say. I won't do that. I'm not playing teams here. That's not what this should be about. I refuse to do it. Okay. I'm not saying nobody else can. You guys have the right to your feelings, opinions, every aspect of it, but I won't do it until I see everything in the big picture. Because the big picture is what's the important part of this, not this other bullshit, in my opinion. So,
Well, my problem is with Ann Taylor, and it's not even the fact that she's a public defender, which I could care less about that.
sure.
My big issue is the way that it looks is she had pocket aces going into this case while the prosecution had a 7-2 offsuit, and she folded. Why?
I mean, you can see it that way. And sure. Why did that happen? That's your question,
We don't.
right?
I guess the only flaw with that statement, Dylan, is we don't know that she had pocket aces. It
That's
certainly
it.
looks like she had.
Bingo.
Certainly looks like she might have had a Jack High, anyways. But we don't know if it was Jack High or pocket aces.
Well,
And it feels like, I know what he's saying. It feels like she could have had pocket aces, okay? And she seemed very positive and very like this was going to do something. A couple times it looked like, I think Eddie's the one that said it, like it, and one of the hearings we watched, it looked like she was running the courtroom. And then you moved to the next hearing and it was like she gave up. You know what I mean? So it's hard to tell what happened. That's the biggest thing right here. That's the unanswered question.
Well, and the fact that she had two experts that were supposedly better than Cy Ray and Brent Turvey, that suggests that her case must have been pretty strong.
Right.
Well, the thing is, if we know the prosecution, we've seen pretty much their best shot, and it's a 7-2 offsuit. Their case is terrible, and for Ann Taylor, this isn't the traditional poker game where you can both have 7-2 offsuit and let's see what happens. This is someone's got pocket aces, someone's got 7-2. There is no in between. And Ann Taylor, with everything we've seen of the prosecution, it's a 7-2 offsuit. So why in the heck is Ann Taylor throwing in the cards with pocket aces?
How do you
I
know
know-
she threw in the cards?
That's the question. We don't know. That's the problem, because Bryan decided to make that decision. Absolutely. Please remember this. Please remember this, everybody. She may have had nothing to do with this whatsoever. She may have even tried to counsel him against this for all we know, and he still said, no, I'm taking a plea. We don't know that. That's the biggest problem, and everybody's assuming because of the way it looks. You would think that she would say, Bryan, no, don't do this because Turby said what he said, and because other people have said that, because we see what we see. We expect her to say, Bryan, don't do this, but we don't know that she didn't. That's the biggest issue here, that we can't really claim on anything on.
One of the problems that I have with that is it, and this is just going off what I would do if I was the attorney, especially going into private practice.
Sure.
One of my first statements would be this wasn't my call. I tried to talk him out of it, but he just wants to do the plea deal, and I tried to talk him out of it. Because at the end of the day, I got to cover my own ass.
Well, the statement, what that was kind of made, not quite the way you said it, but it was put out there that this is his call, period. And she went into this, at the end of the day, and has to answer everything the way she does because of the plea deal, whether it was right or wrong. That's something that I looked into the other day. I was reading on, and she has to agree on these things for the plea deal to be to be taken. So That's part of that. But I get why everybody's frustrated with this. Don't get me wrong. And I'm frustrated with it too. I'm just not ready to take I'm just not ready to pick sides, is all I'm trying to say. I refuse to do that. You guys know how I am. How long did it take me to even come to the side that Bryan was innocent? I sat in the middle of it for 3 years. And finally, over the past year, I said, you know what? There's no way this kid was connected to this in any way, form, or fashion. I believe he's fully innocent. But it took me 3 years to get there. I need to see things. That's my biggest problem. I've always been that way, and I always will be. I need to see things for me to understand and to realize what's actually going on. That's just how I've always been. So I sit in the middle on things and wait. It's frustrating because it takes forever sometimes. I just can't jump onto something and say, she was just weak or a horrible attorney. I know a lot of people, and I'm not downing anybody that does that, folks. Don't get me wrong. I can't personally do that because I've seen situations where people have done their damnedest to make something happen. And it doesn't look like they've done anything, but they've done everything in their power. And we know she was fighting this war with all this bullshit. So I can't forget about that either. She had discovery thrown at her in 16 different directions that was not organized, was hidden. There was discovery hidden and mislabeled files, exculpatory evidence, okay, things like that. So knowing that kind of stuff, we know that she was running at a wall the whole time, and she's claimed it, and a judge acknowledged that too, okay? So you have to step back then and say, what the hell? And it was claimed more than once, and we saw it more than once, that at some point, somewhere, sometime within a very short period of time, something happened and spun this on a 360. And that's kind of where the basis of the answer sits, in my opinion. Whatever happened in the middle of that 360 spin is what the answer is to this, in my opinion. Whether her life was threatened or her family's lives were threatened, and that was something that came to mind not too long ago, a couple of days ago, and I realized she had 3 daughters, okay? Knowing that and knowing what has happened within this case, hearing that there were threats made to Bryan Kohberger's family, the court staff, the defense team, and their families, it could have not just been your job is in danger if you don't do things. It could have been personal threats, folks. Personal threats. Think about how this has happened. We know what goes on in this area. And obviously with this case, in turn, what if that's what happened? What if somebody came to her and said, you either shut up, sit down, take this fucking plea deal, or guess what? You're going to have some dead serious consequences you're not going to be happy with. You're going to be facing the same shit. What would you do? Nobody can answer that because we're not in that situation. But we don't know that that's not what happened. That's all I'm saying with this. And I think at some point it will come forward what actually may have happened, and then it'll be more understood. But until then, that's why I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting to see how this comes out. There's a criminal investigation going on right now, too. Do I fully trust that? No. I don't trust anything that they do. But I'm going to have to trust it to some extent to see how this plays out. And I think we'll get some answers from that, possibly.
I mean, I can tell you.
If Pav's right and they're targeting Turvey, and I mean, that's the thing. I think a lot of people are pissed off at Turvey because Turvey called out Ann Taylor, and there's this taking sides thing.
Right.
And I think it would be really I'm certainly not discounting. When I say I disagree with Pav's theory, I think there's plenty of holes in it, but he's providing enough evidence that he may well be right that they're targeting Turvey, and he might get investigated, or it might come out that they are investigating him.
Sure.
But the part that Pav doesn't really get into is that he would be the least of the bad actors. The true bad actors would be the ones who gave the videos and the phone evidence and the pictures and the stuff that they used to paint Bryan out to be a monster. If Turvey actually did leak some of his report to Whitcomb, and Whitcomb provided it to Dateline, it would be a mistake on Turvey's part.
Sure.
But it wouldn't be a malicious bad act. Whereas
not his fault. He didn't know that, right?
Where the other leakers were maliciously leaking it, intentionally knowing where it was going, or at least that's my assumption.
And see, that's the thing, Jesse, is I think it could be a conglomerate of people that were part of the leak. I'm going to get back to this question, Mount Man, because I like that. I'll explain that. It could be a conglomerate of people that were part of the leak and not even done on purpose. That's a great point. People could be. How many times have you seen professionals used to twist a situation? It happens all the time, okay? Especially in a background like this. That would be perfect. You know, you have Chris writing the book. He goes to Turby to talk to him, comes back, then Dateline turns around and uses Chris because he's one of their, what the hell was he called? He was starts with a C or something like, I can't think of the word right now. But they would talk to him about things and get information about experiences from him. There's a word for it. I can't think of it right now. Consultant. He consulted with Dateline. Okay, thank you. And that in itself, they could have got him, and that could have been where that came from. And both of them could be like, shit. Okay, Dylan. They could have both been like, shit, that was information they got from me. What the hell am I going to do now? I didn't want that to happen. We don't know. I'm just throwing things out there in the wind. I'm just saying these things are all probable. Okay. Because I don't think either one of them would purposely leak something to a news media outlet on purpose, knowing who they are and what they're doing, what they've done. Now, is it possible that it happened and it was not malicious and it was non-intentional? Absolutely. And these media outlets use people left and right. We see it all the time. Is all I'm saying. That could have happened too. Okay, there's multiple ways this could have happened, or it could have just been dead on straight that it was a malicious situation. That is not what I think, and I think that's where people are going automatically, that this person maliciously did this, and that's why people are arguing, but what the hell would he gain from doing that? Nothing. So, in turn, it could have been an accidental situation. It could have been, that somebody was manipulated. All these things are very, very probable. Now, Lucy has said something a couple times, okay? Also, there's that, too. The non-dissemination order was vacated in July of 25. Turby didn't speak to Whitcomb until September. There was no effing gag violation. See, there's that, too. And that's what he was saying when he said he didn't say any speak on anything that wasn't already out in the public at that point. I agreed with that. So whatever Ann got upset about, I don't know if it was mainly because the way he spoke about her specifically, basically trying to make her look like she was doing a bad job, could be why she wrote the letter she wrote. And they, in turn, both are ego bouncing, in my opinion, which is very plausible, folks. Think about that. People get like that. I've been that way. But I never believed that there was any kind of a non-dissemination order that was violated. It doesn't sound that way, look that way, or even seem that way to me. That's why I said I think it's possible to support both of them and believe in both of them until you show me not to. That's all I'm saying. Oh, shoot. Give me another second. It's the wife calling back. I'll be back with you guys here just in a minute.
Well, Eddie's not going to like this, but I don't think I've said anything about Ann Taylor that's definite. But what I will say is her client's in jail. She appeared to have a strong case to represent him. Now, I admit the circumstances were very difficult, but the results speak for themselves. Where we sit now, Bryan's in jail. There was a plea accepted in rather unfortunate circumstances, and we haven't heard anything from her since. She doesn't owe it to us to tell us anything, but I don't think we have any information that would warrant us praising her at this point. And I know some people still want to do that, and some people want to. I think the information that I have at my disposal leads me to be skeptical rather than in a position to praise her, and that's just how I feel. But I do leave it open that if something comes up and I'm provided with more information, I'd be absolutely tickled pink to praise her in the future if the information would support that. And I'm not opposed to throwing.
Again, sorry, we're trying to work through something while this is happening at the same time, so my apologies. Everything good?
Everything's good, yeah.
All right. So I don't even think we need to go into that any further. But anything else, Dylan or Eddie, that you want to add to this part of the conversation?
No.
No. Okay, so we're all good. Jesse, anything more from you?
I was just going to finish up what I was saying before. Is I'm
Yeah,
not
go
opposed to saying Turvey's the bad guy either. If I get information that points me in that direction, I just haven't seen enough yet.
Yeah, no, and that's where I will absolutely, and you know I will. You show me the true absolute proof on either one of them. I think any one of the three of us. If you show absolute proof that either one of these people or any of these people did something nefarious or that did something they shouldn't, of course we're going to have that discussion. But at that point, until that happens, there's no reason to talk about it because there's nothing to talk about at that point. So I'm able to, and I am able to continuously support both of them in doing what's going forward. Because, like I said, at the very end of this, we don't even know. This could be already worked through by these two. Okay, it could have been a conversation that was had the day after this came forward, and they both said, maybe I shouldn't have said this, maybe I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry, I was trying to do this, I was trying to do that, blah blah blah, and talked it out. And that's what this sounds to me like. What provoked this was non-communication. That's my opinion. But again, we don't have any proof of anything going forward. As we get it, there will be a lot more to talk about, in my opinion. Truly and honestly. But at that point is when it's going to happen. So, moving forward, I'm still glad that you guys are here. Dylan, you had some things theory-wise or something you wanted to bring forward?
Well, that was more about Cirilla and then the
okay.
and Kylie Rodney because of that
Okay.
all that stuff going on. So
Well, we can get through the rest of this stuff, any Idaho stuff, and then we'll head towards that before we hit the end of the show, if that's okay with you.
yeah,
Okay.
your show.
No, I just want to keep things kind of in order. That way we don't get too off track with anything and go too many different directions and confuse anybody. Now I don't know if anybody saw the was it yesterday or the day before? It was the day before because I didn't get to do a show yesterday. The day before I did Travesty Logic. I played his videos and showed the statement analysis of Dylan, her interview, which was very interesting. And it basically, the guy went into this without any knowledge of the case, really, other than some very basic stuff. And he was looking at it as though Dylan had done nothing nefarious, any of that kind of stuff, which I thought was very interesting. So, at that point, I thought that was a very interesting way to look at this situation, considering the way we've all been looking at it for 3 years. Did you guys all get to see that complete thing or no?
I saw it. I was on panel, I guess.
You were okay. I thought so. Okay. This next portion of it, he dropped already. It goes forward. I just wanted to hit that real quick. It's not very long, and then discuss that and break down any questions you guys had about any of that or anything else. If you guys are good, because I thought this is very interesting. That's what we're looking at, Ro. Before we jump into this, is there any questions or feelings or anything about anything else? That way we don't get too twisted up.
Just that I thought it was wild when Dylan says she saw what appeared to be a gun. She wasn't sure, but now she thinks it's probably a gun. And the cop changes the subject,
Big time. Yeah.
I mean, to me, I think anybody that have you talked to one about that? I'd love to hear a cop's opinion of that. I'd love to hear what one has to say about that, because
I agree.
You've got a witness saying they saw a gun and you're going to talk them out of it.
Well, first and foremost, it's obvious. He didn't quite notice that. You're the one that pointed it out, actually. Yeah, you were here. I remember that he's not catching on at this point that the police are the ones that are telling the story here. He's like, what the hell's going on with this? It sounds like he's trying to get her to do something, and he's not seeing that side of it yet. And I get it.
Well, it becomes very obvious when he's got the text and he's got it in different colors, and Dylan's saying, yeah, and he's giving the account,
Yes.
And she's signing off on it by saying, yeah, that's not how an interview with the police is supposed to work. But what really got me was when she said that she saw a gun, and he says, no, you didn't, trust me, you didn't see a gun.
Exactly, is what he was doing. It was like, what?
And then she's like, oh, it was probably a vacuum. And it was, I swear to God, it was panic. She realized she wasn't supposed to say that, and she started pulling shit out of her brain and said vacuum. The vacuum is like that's not a clue to, that's just right out of her. She picked that right off the top of her head.
One of you guys said maybe she remembered the last thing she was doing that night, which was cleaning something, and that's why it went right to her head that way. I thought that was kind of funny, but yeah, 100%. Why do you see this one though? This gets interesting as shit. Truly and honestly, it does. He's very good at what he does with this. I'm very impressed with him. I can't wait to get him to join us over here. I get excited about him and what he's doing with this because it's proving exactly what we've all said for 3 years. She's absolutely, and he's going into this absolutely dry. Okay, there's nothing there, and he's like, wait a minute, that's bad. This is bad. This is wrong. This is not good. This is scary, and he's making all the same points without even realizing what's going on. So, very interesting stuff. And have you seen any of it, Dylan?
No.
You're gonna get a kick out of this.
Oh boy.
It's very interesting. It truly, honestly is. What he's doing is a statement analysis. So what she says in her interviews, he takes and breaks down. He studied how to analyze statements within interviews and stuff like that. And he's explaining what she's actually doing. And so far he's been on point. And again, he went into this without knowledge of the case other than some basic stuff. And with looking at Dylan as being innocent of all nefarious actions. And he's already changed his mind going forward with this. There's issues, is what he's saying. So it gets even more interesting as we go forward.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take a psychologist expert to know that she's full of shit.
Well, and we all saw it too, but it's kind of a justification seeing somebody that does this, that studied this, to come forward and say, basically without saying it, yeah, you were right. He's definitely doing something wrong. You know what I mean? Yeah, and if you guys have not yet subscribed to Travis T. Logic channel, please do it. I really want to help this guy out and get his channel moving. He definitely deserves the support. He does a great job with this, and I'm very, very, very supportive of what he's doing. Going forward, he's going to be a hell of a resource in the community, I think. So, all right.
Going to continue with part 3 of analyzing Dylan Mortenson's November 13th, 2022 statement. Before we get started on this,
I'm going to go ahead and let this play. I have to run to the bathroom real quick. As it's playing, I'll be right back. If there's anything you need me to do, back up or anything, just let me know as soon as I get back, and we can go right back to that point. No worries.
Yes. There was something I wanted to go back and do a little bit more housekeeping on. In video 2, I had mentioned the word guilty. And I wanted to clarify something because this is very important. When I say guilty, I mean guilty knowledge. When I said that, I did not mean that she's guilty of the murders or insinuate anything like that. She's guilty of guilty knowledge and or guilty of deception. So that's what I mean when I say that. And anytime we do talk about guilt, we are talking about guilt de facto, actual guilt, rather than guilt in the sense of in the court of law. I'm a patriot. I love America. I love our laws, and everyone is innocent until proven guilty. And I'm very passionate about that. So just wanted to clarify that. Now, let's go ahead and start where we left off. And for anyone who just needs a clarifier, we are at about 12 minutes and 28 seconds She had just, Dylan had just said, I don't know. I think it was like around 10 to 20 minutes. I mean, I was really out of it. Everything was kind of blurry. Like I don't fully remember it, I would say. So right there is where we're going to start.
So help me figure out where, like I said, I haven't been into the building. Where would if this is a basic layout of it, where would your apartment be?
Okay, so
Your room, I should say.
I guess like to the doors right here.
This is the apartment or that whole?
It's like a house.
Okay.
It's a whole house. Then there's stairs that go up diagonally like this.
Okay.
Living room.
Uh-huh.
You're looking at the living room. To the right is the bathroom and Dana's room. Right in front of you is my room and the stairs.
On the second floor, right?
Yes.
So you've got the stairs that are here on the
Yes.
second floor. You've got the bathroom here.
Bathroom and Dana's room around here.
Okay.
My rooms that are like right in front of it.
Okay.
And there's a kitchen.
So this is the kitchen.
Then there's stairs that go up to the second floor.
Okay. So that's up.
And then Katie's room is on, going up the stairs. Katie's room is on the left.
Up top, right?
Yes, up top. And Maddie's room is on the right. And there's also a bathroom next to Maddie's room.
So your door faces the stairs going down to the bottom?
It faces more, like you can see them when you look up, but it's not totally facing. It's more like facing like this.
Okay. So your door's more over on the side?
Yeah. And then I can see like the window door that slides open back there.
So you opened your door. Where was he at?
In between my door and the kitchen. I
Okay.
think. And I saw him go out the door, I believe.
Out the kitchen door?
Yeah, and I just remember saying like, no, and I shut the door and locked it as fast as I could.
Okay. So is there a deck out back?
It's like just cement and there's like no fence, so I guess anyone could come in on there.
So is the bottom floor kind of like a daylight basement? So you can come in that floor and then you
Yeah,
go out the back up one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We are going, it was kind of a lot there. So let's start back up with looking at the transcript. And let's make sure you can see the transcript. Okay. Zoom in a little bit here for you. Okay. So the investigators asking, so help me figure out where, like I said, I haven't been in the building. Where would if this is layout, where would your apartment be? Which is hilarious. He keeps mentioning apartment. So she says, okay, so interrupted. Your room, I should say. He corrects himself. I guess like to the doors right here. So we have some caveats here, I guess, like, and it sounds like he says apartment here again. This is the apartment. I'm not sure exactly what he says, or the door to the hallway. It's hard to understand. And I'm not sure what she says here. It's like a house. It's a whole house. It was kind of funny that she said that. She's really tried to explain that this is a house. I'm not sure why he's so confused about this. The poor guy was, again, really spinning, I think.
Hey, I love living in those quarter houses.
And then she says, then there's stairs that go up diagonally like this. Okay, subject, living room. You're looking at the living room. It's an interesting phrase. Obviously, they're looking at a piece of paper. They're trying to explain this. They're trying to understand this together. To the right is the bathroom, is Anna's room. Right in front of you is my room. It's kind of an interesting way of phrasing this. Yeah, I don't know what to take of that, but I wonder if she's recalling anything in the past when she says that. On the second floor, right? Yes. So you got the stairs that are here on the second floor. You got the bathroom here, bathroom, and Xana's room right around here. Okay. My room's not sure what she said, right in front of it. Well, what is it? When I first saw that, right in front of what? He's asking about the bathroom, right? You got the bathroom here. Bathroom and Xana's room right around here. Okay. My room's right in front of it, the bathroom. Okay. And there's a kitchen. So this stood out to me. Not our kitchen, a kitchen. This is distancing language here. He says, so there's a kitchen. Then there's stairs that go up to the second floor. So I guess she thinks of the basement as the bottom floor, and then first floor is her floor, and then second floor is what he'll call the third floor. And then Kaylee's room is on, going up the stairs. Kaylee's room's on the left. This is an interesting way of looking at it. She involved him. She mentioned the investigator. Anytime we see we want to stop and think about that. It kind of is a little bit of a flag, because is a way to kind of convince. The investigator doesn't know anything about anything. So anytime we see a subject mention, it may be psychological. It may be a indication that the subject is psychologically trying to persuade. But going up the stairs, that seems like it's sensitive to her. She easily could have said, Kaylee's room's on the left. Okay. On the second floor, Kaylee's room's on the left from the stairs, whatever. Going up the stairs, it's like that's sensitive to her. Again, maybe there is she's thinking, her brain is thinking about this. This is sensitive to her.
Okay, I'm going to stop there for a second. And first and foremost, he's already pointing out again right at the beginning of this that she's definitely being nefarious. He made sure he clarified, same thing we've had to do many times, that he's not saying she's guilty of committing the crime. She has guilty knowledge. And that's obvious. We've all known that, but she's just very evidently giving it out right here with anybody that knows. And like I said, I think the detectives, if they're not, they should be trained like this to be able to understand. I think most of them are trained, and a lot of them do know. But within this case, remember, some of these investigators are playing the game. Okay, they're playing the part to like Jesse pointed out, with the whole gun thing. Let's walk her away from that real quick, because we can't have that conversation at all. That can't be talked about, and this can't be talked about, and this needs to be talked about that way, and so on and so forth. So, just saying, I just wanted to point those things out real quick.
Well, one of the things that I mentioned, I don't know if it was here or on my channel, but I think we're doing a disservice by continuing calling this an investigation, because this was anything but an investigation. This was a theater, and that's what it is.
It is. Like Eddie said that multiple. This is theater. All of this is a joke. It's not. It's very hard to follow this case because it's not real. You know what I'm saying? There was no real investigation done here. There was no. As I pointed out when we covered Logan's video on the Caden Young body cam, I said, that's real police work. That's a real investigation. That is how you're supposed to be doing it. And they did nothing like this in this investigation. Nothing that we've ever seen. Their interviews were all jokes. They were all like it. I can't even explain how I describe these interviews. They're just a joke. So it's definitely not a real situation, but and the sad part is it's bad theater. It's not even good theater. So I fully agree with that.
Can I expand on that a little bit, Dylan?
Anyway, moving on.
Expand on that, Eddie.
Dago, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't hear you at first, Eddie. What's up?
Okay.
So,
So expanding on that thought a little bit, it's really regressive to the conversation.
I'm sorry?
It's regressive to the conversation.
What is?
Like this is the challenging part. You know how I always like talk about there's like two realities, there's two truths in this case.
Yeah.
You remember that, Daigle? Everybody?
Yes.
For example, like if I asked you, was there prosecutorial misconduct in this case? What would everybody, like if I asked everyone to put a 1 in the chat if they thought prosecutorial in this case was true, would everyone put a 1, do you think?
a large portion of people would.
Yeah, I think so too.
If they thought, wait, let me catch that one more time. If you asked everybody to put a 1 in the chat,
Yeah.
they thought it was a real investigation.
See, now you're getting it. See, yeah. It's confusing, isn't it?
Well, it can be. That's why I try to clarify what at least my opinion is, to where I've said it. I don't know. Every time I talk about it, I try to put out there, this is not a real investigation. It was never a real investigation.
Right.
And that's why I'm kind of trying to show one that we have seen that does look like one. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about, DM was lying.
Right.
We knew this before we saw any of these interviews or the transcripts for the interviews. We knew it right after we watched the Frank suppression hearing, the day 1 of the Frank suppression hearing on January 23rd, 2025.
Yeah.
And now I'm not trying to be critical here, but bear with me. I'll get to the point. Talking about this and saying, aha, Dylan lied. Look at her. There's deception here. Yeah, that's true. And I'm not here to condemn or protect Dylan. I don't know what happened that night, but I know that what I'm looking at in these interviews is not her telling lies, but her telling lies because she's forced or compelled to do it. That's the takeaway. And I fear that going through this, everyone is like got their pitchforks out for Dylan, and that's their takeaway. So it's kind of regressive. It's like hold
on, Jesse.
Like in many points of this case, like for example, I use the prosecutorial misconduct. If people think that there's prosecutorial misconduct, they would be right. But in reality, I got the 2 finger quotes going. There wasn't, because we all know the order on the motion to dismiss the indictment by Judge John Judge. We know what the ruling was. So, in fact, there was no prosecutorial misconduct. But if we carry on like that's the truth, we would be regressive to the conversation. Does my point make sense now?
I mean, I know what you're saying.
It's confusing. I know.
I get it. I get it fully. I get it.
So when
let
people
Jesse...
are like, why wouldn't this is a greenhorn detective. Look, he doesn't know enough to, follow up with a question. Yeah, he does. He's just purposely not doing it because he's been instructed to not do it from the top.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. With it, kind of contradicts a little bit of what you said about prosecution at that point. Well, let me let Jesse speak first, and then I'll explain what I mean. Go ahead, Jesse.
As usual, Eddie and I agree on more than 90% of everything, and we shouldn't focus on the 5 or 10% that we disagree on quite as much as we do, perhaps. But I totally agree that the whole thing is staged. I think it's quite clear that these interviews are staged. I definitely think that the roommates were directed to lie by somebody who's more powerful than them, whether it be the police force in coordination with whoever, and that I don't know. However, I will say that nobody forced Dylan to show up at the sentencing hearing, do the little crying pee-pee dance thing she did, and collect 100 or 200 grand in sympathy money on GoFundMe. So Dylan's behavior, I think, warrants criticism. And even though she might have been put in a situation where she had to lie, she took it a little bit too far, in my opinion.
I'm just going to be real here. No one forced her to go to that sentencing hearing. How do you know that to be an absolute fact?
I was going to bring that up too. Like, that could be part of the whole thing, Jesse. Like, what if that was like, hey, you need to show up here and you need to keep, make it look good type. You know what I'm saying? That could be part of the whole thing. I fully agree with that. You have to keep appearances up through something like this, truly and honestly. You can't just let it slide and pretend like it you know what I mean? I get that part of it too. Now, I think there's a 50-50 break here, though, Eddie, in some of this. And this is why I asked the question the other day, if you guys remember. Do you guys believe that this started before and with the murders, or after the murders, when the investigation, their lack of, started? That's, I think, a big part of this that has to be taken into account. And I think how you feel on this is going to depend on that to some aspect, in my opinion.
That's the important part of the conversation. I agree.
Right. Yeah.
So
I think they were involved at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. The call was placed. Somebody arrived, and the wheels started in motion that evening or that night, in the middle of the night at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
I agree.
So the way that I see it, the first thing I want to push back on with the whole point of forcing Dylan, potentially being forced to go to the sentencing, is if they were going to go through the trouble of forcing Dylan, why not drag Bethany back in? Because especially at that time, Bethany was the more sympathetic one, because nobody quite knew the extent of Bethany. And the way that I've kind of seen it is Dylan was the willing participant. She was front and center, hand up, let me in. Where Bethany was drug into it, kicking and screaming. That's kind of the way that I
think a lot of people see Bethany that way too.
They have nothing over Bethany. They have something over Dylan, is I guess my theory on that.
I think that all plays into it, though. I think what they have over Dylan is that she knew and was partially involved in what happened with the murders, and then in turn, because of that, that's how they use her through this whole thing.
That's what I'm driving at. Yeah. You know what type of involvement she has? That's where everyone has their own opinion. I'm just saying she knows something that we don't know, and
absolutely,
it's some involvement with it, whether it's like just allowing someone in or the house, at the right time, whatever. Who knows?
That right, and that's where I think where I was saying the 50-50 break comes in with that, in my opinion, because I feel like 50% of this is law enforcement that is still pushing her in that with this, but 50% of it is her alone, in my opinion, Eddie. That's what I was saying. Like, I believe that she definitely has her involvement, whether it's guilty knowledge, whether she helped, like you said, let somebody in, called somebody and said, hey, they're all home now, time to do it. Either way, she had a deep involvement in that type of thing. Whether she hands-on did it, I don't know that I believe that at all, but I know that she was involved in some aspects. So in turn, she's partially part of the problem. She's lying on her own. And now to add to that, yes, I believe that law enforcement's playing along with it and helping it along too. So that's why I said it's kind of 50-50 to me, if that makes any sense.
And we can tell from Nunez's body cam that Bethany's not involved, because she says, can I still go home for Thanksgiving now?
I feel like this is, again, just my opinion. I agree with that. And I think there's some people that highly disagree, but I feel like Bethany was deeply forced into this, like truly and honestly, like you're either going to play this game or you're going to be dealing with the same situation. That's my opinion with her the whole time.
Yeah, she's like, I'm done. I'm out of here. I got nothing to do with this.
And she stayed the hell away as long as she could. So, and still, even like what Dylan brought up, the sentencing hearing, like she wasn't there. And I don't think that. I think that's how they wanted it too, because I think that I don't think they trust her. Okay, I don't think they trust her to not slip on this and say, "Hey, this is actually how this went down." At this point, I think that's why the exculpatory evidence was canceled out with her. All of those things make perfect sense to me with her. So, and she even went into hiding at some point, from what we can understand, and left that whole area, even not her own area, was going. I mean, we found some things. We can't completely and totally verify this, but we looked pretty deep into this. But as it looks, like she was using an assumed name at some point for a while during this and was in another state completely away from everything. It's just strange. So at that point, it seems to me that Bethany of everybody is petrified that she may fall into some serious consequences if she gets anywhere near this. So hence, again, it looks to me as though she was not as deeply involved as Dylan. I think Dylan was part of the creation of this, possibly, even at that point. That's truly my feelings on her. I don't trust her, and every day we learn something new about her. Almost, it makes her even more evident that she's. I did that whole show talking about the drawings in her journals and things like this. Chick is like demented, in my opinion. Go ahead, Jesse. I'm sorry.
Did they make them get the tattoos?
No, that's probably just their way of staying. You know, like we have to support them, so on and so forth, type thing. If we don't, it's going to look bad. That's my feeling on it.
I didn't like the tattoos. I thought that was a little.
It was very tacky, in my opinion.
Tacky,
Very
yeah.
tacky.
Did
Very
they both get tattoos or just Dylan?
They both did.
I thought they both did, and somebody else did too. I think there was 4 of them in total. I thought. I might be wrong. Don't quote me on that one. It is. It's gross. Yeah, I know they're involved, but I feel like Bethany was like it was forced down her throat, and that's why I think she was trying to leave. Even when 911 was called, I swear to you guys, I would bet my life on it that she was trying to leave that morning when she called her daddy and pretended to have a toothache to the guy who's been a dentist her entire life and say, "What do I do?" You already know what to do with it. That's why I don't believe that statement. I think she was going to leave with Jenna, and the police got there too soon, and she couldn't. That's what I think was. I think her dad told her to get the fuck out of Dodge. You don't want to be connected to this. You need to get out of there as fast as you can. Go. That's what I think happened there, and that's what I think she tried to do. Because as soon as she could, she was gone, y'all, and she never came back. I mean, I think she did come back once or twice for something, but like in the public eye, she's never been back. You know what I mean? That's why I feel like she may not have been as heavily involved on her own recognizance. So
Yeah, I've always seen her as
Bethany didn't get the tattoo. See, I thought one of them didn't get it. So that is correct.
I know. Well, we know Dylan did, but I never heard anything about Bethany getting one.
I thought they both did, and then I had heard that only one of them did. So thank you for correcting that.
But yeah, I don't know if you saw, but Bethany's back on TikTok and has a fascination with Bob Ross paintings. And I don't know if you saw it, but there's a rock missing on her hand.
You mean the Zach McClure thing? Her hand. They were pointing out that there was no engagement ring there, so who knows?
Google Gemini says they both got the tattoos, and it's just the initials of the victims, the first letter of their first name.
Claire and Dylan are the ones that got the tattoos. Thank you, SRB. Here it is. I actually have the photograph of it. So I knew.
I'm looking at a New York Post article that says they both got it, but I guess that's the problem with AI. It can be misquoted.
Yeah.
Oh, Gemini, I don't trust at all. Gemini's not very good. ChatGPT is not terrible, but not great.
I mean, this one's got both their names in the title: "Surviving Idaho Murder Roommates, Bethany Funk, Dylan Mortensen."
Oh, you're saying they did. I misread your statement, SRB. So this is both of them. Okay.
Yeah,
my apologies.
That's what I'm reading.
I misread what SRB typed. She was typed 2 different names. I'm sorry. My apologies. I'm thinking and reading and thinking about 3 different things, so my apologies. But yeah, there was no ring on her finger, so I don't know what happened with that situation. She was supposedly either engaged or married to Jenna's twin brother, and that's again, hearsay causes these things. We don't know for sure. No, I got it, SRB. Thank you, dear.
I thought she would, her and her.
No, she said that's Claire and DM. So that's not both of them then. See, that's what I'm saying. I misread these things. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Grok's saying the same thing as Gemini, but
So this isn't Bethany and Dylan. It's Claire and Dylan. I can't remember Claire's last name, but I know who Claire is. Okay. And so Bethany just wouldn't even come back to do this. That's something to me. I mean, I feel like, oh, it's on the bottom. The survivor. Oh, here it is. The survivor posted a picture of her ink featuring angel wings and the victim's initials on VSDO. Okay, thank you. One of the survivors. Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you. Thank you. Wait, now Claire's saying no, it's Bethany and Dylan, and SRB's saying
There sure is an awful lot of articles quoting Bethany and Dylan having it.
yeah. I don't know. Either way, I think it's gross. I think it's tacky, considering who they are. Even if they did, even if one of them got it and the other one did, it doesn't matter. It's tacky because it's not real. You did it to save face. You, in my opinion, you did it to make it the whole situation look good. You don't truly, honestly care in this aspect, and that's
Kind
why
of
it's
looks like a
tacky.
jailhouse tattoo as well. It's not exactly.
They're not
beautiful
very
artwork or
good.
anything.
Yeah,
I think Frisco chick has hit the nail on the head. They wanted us to think it was Bethany.
right, which could make some sense. Could make some sense. And she also said something about wings stand for the sorority as well. So interesting.
Didn't Bethany play a role in opening a marijuana business, in a legal marijuana business in Reno or Vegas?
I heard something about that, but I have no way of knowing that for real, for sure. I'm sorry.
But just that, to transition from running away from this murder to go to basically legal drug dealing. I think marijuana was not legal in Idaho at the time, and probably still isn't. I mean, people do kill each other over marijuana.
Yeah, they do. And truly what got me with this is the absolute, like, there's no absolute remorse being shown from any of them, in my opinion. They were, both of them, from the moment of that this happened, are worried about themselves through the whole thing. Okay? If you listen to their interviews, if you watch what they say, it's me, and me. Not them, not at all. That tells me you don't truly care. Okay, I'm sorry, but that's how I see it. And I don't believe that either one of them, whether Bethany just wasn't close to them, or it's out of fear, or she just doesn't care, period. Dylan definitely does not, okay, in my opinion. But Bethany immediately, just by asking that question, can I still go home for Thanksgiving? Like, how do you even think about that right now? That's always, at that point is when I knew, in my opinion, she had no care in the world for this. I just want to go home and get away from this as fast as I can. That's how I see and feel. That's what I think she feels on this. So,
I think they all sound too confident in the interviews too. None of them actually display the fear that you should. I mean, you're being interviewed about a murder,
right?
And their level of confidence in the interviews sort of is in line with them being told everything's going to be fine, and we've already rehearsed this. It's all just theater. They have that confidence that suggests that's what's going on. I would, I've never been interviewed for a murder, thankfully, but I would imagine it would be a pretty stressful situation.
See, I think that the basis of the thing is the biggest point I'm making is that Dylan is playing her role because she wants to. I think Bethany's playing it more because she has to, if that makes any sense. I think, Dylan has to as well, but I think she's more of a willing participant than what Bethany is what I'm trying to say. So, anyway, my apologies. Just trying to make a couple points that I think on this. Yeah, he did say that Bethany knows powerful people too, but I don't know if he meant Bethany or if he meant Dylan, because he also said that he agreed with Brad Norton that Dylan was a absolute liar, and said she's being protected by her mother-in-law's or her stepmommy's law firm, which is true. Bethany's family, I know that she knows people. I don't know that she has any attorneys that she's related to. I don't know that for a fact. I know she has attorneys, but I don't know anything else more than that. Again, either way, they're both involved. I just think one is more of a willing participant than the other one. That's all. And I think one was involved in the creation of it, possibly. So,
I mean, your stepmom's a lawyer, and you're talking to the cops 6 different times. I mean,
yeah. And then this is another thing, you guys. I agree with you, Dylan. I don't know if you guys saw this, but this is just creepy to me.
when was this?
This, I don't know exactly when this was, but look at her. And there's Bethany there. This is Dylan. I know these two, their names. I can't think of them right now. But something's wrong. Just all the way wrong. I know this was after the fact, I believe. She just looks, ugh, I don't even know how to explain it.
I have some ways to explain it, but
I'm not going to go there. I know. Yes, I get it. I'm sorry. I'm not a mean, rude person, but I don't care for her. She makes me want to vomit, but, ooh, God. Anyway. Yeah, it looks like she's wearing a nightgown. Anyway, moving on. Thank you, SRV. That just makes it even more solidified. I know it's not about people's appearances. Don't get me wrong. It's not at all, and it shouldn't be. I can't stand her. I cannot look at her without wanting to say something negative, knowing what I believe in my heart about her. So anyway. Moving on. I'm sure we'll stop again because some of this stuff is real. Anyway, moving on.
Thinking about what happened last night, this morning. Yes, up top. So she parroted the investigator here. Investigator says up top, right? She says, yes, up top. And Maddie's room is on the right. And there's also a bathroom next to Maddie's room. So your door faces the stairs going down to the bottom. It faces more like you can see them when you look out, but it's not totally facing. It's more like facing like this. Okay, so your door is more on the side. Yeah, and then I can see like the window door that slides open back there. Okay, so and then indicates passage of time. I can see historical present. Okay. Like, which is a filler. The window door that slides open back there. Okay, so she might be telegraphing something right here. Why is she specifying that she can see the window door that slides open back there? This is unnecessary information. He's just trying to understand the layout. Okay, so this might be some telegraphing. Anytime we see windows and doors, I talked about that before, and there's a lot of talk about this, and admittedly, this makes things difficult to figure out what's going on here. But my training says that mentioning of windows and doors could be a indication of either, current or past sexual abuse. So when you open the door, where was he at? So now we're kind of getting the meat and potatoes, right? In between my door and the kitchen. In between my door and the kitchen. That's where he was at. Now, at one point, she said he was right there, right? Which was kind of a change of language. He says, okay. And I saw him go out the door. I believe. So she caveats it, like she has in a lot of this statement. I saw him go out the door. That would be likely to be a very truthful statement. But she can't say that. She caveats it with, I believe. And again, we do now understand this may be why she had mentioned this up here. I can see the window door that slides open back there. And I saw him go out the door, I believe. Investigator out the kitchen door? Yeah. And the brain is thinking about two or more things. I just remember saying like, no, no, no. I'm going to put that in red. That is very cryptic language there. Okay. Why would she say no, no, no when he leaves? Okay. Imagine yourself in this situation. We want to believe Dylan. We want to believe she had nothing to do with this. The intruder leaves. And she is saying, I just remember saying, like, no, no, no. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. This is deceptive language. Okay. We would go, oh, thank God. Oh, thankfully. I hurried and went and shut the door and locked all the doors behind him. And I checked on everybody. Right? Then she says, and I shut the door and locked it as fast as I could. Well, this is not specific. Okay. Which door? Because if she shut her door, which that's what we understand so far, again, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. And she hadn't said anything about her shutting the sliding door. This is new information here. Okay. Very concerning, very concerning. And she also adds, I locked it as fast as I could. Okay. What does that do? What is that? What is she saying? Well, this is indicating high emotion, high intensity, fear, right? No, no, no. And I shut the door and locked it as fast as I could. Okay. We're not going to say it for her, but we're going to speculate that a common understanding of this would be there is fear here, right? Now, what I'm worried about the no, no, no is that this is not placed correctly. The no, no, no may be from a different time. This might be a time change here. Okay, we have a lot of sensitivity here. We have just, okay. And I just remember. I don't remember that other thing. I just remember saying. Again, we have saying. Saying is, I said to my son, hey, how's your day? I said to my wife, you look pretty today. Saying is a soft word. She also throws in the caveat, I just remember saying. I said, I thought, oh no, right? Very simple. or I yelled, no, no, no. And we also have a caveat. Okay. So we have, there's a lot here. There's a lot here. I'm going to do some color coding here and just make this, just to kind of emphasize this. Oops, that's the wrong one. This whole color coded thing is funny when you do a black screen. I just remember saying, like, no, no, no. And I shut the door. She doesn't specify which door. And I locked it as fast as I could. There's a lot here.
I still wonder, you guys, if Kaylee tried to get into Dylan's room and Dylan locked her out.
Yes. Good question.
I really believe that at this point, based on a couple things we've heard. Honestly, that's what I believe.
Yeah, for
And
real, Daigle. Yeah, absolutely.
It would make a lot of sense because the way she says she jumped up and locked her door. Oh, okay, Jess, no problem. I think she may have got up when she heard Kaylee coming and locked her door. Kaylee may have tried to get into her room and she locked her out. That's a big feeling I have now. You're good, Jesse. I understand, bud. So yeah, I truly and honestly believe that, and I think that at some point that may come forward, and it would explain some things. Go ahead, Eddie.
It's like the breadcrumb trail is there for
Yeah.
us to see that.
Yep, and it actually plays into what Moto was saying with his theory. If you want to believe that, it's very possible. With the damage done to Kaylee's face and the like the lines that were on her face and things like that, she very likely could have her face could have been shoved down into the stairs or into the strip in between Dylan's door, so on and so forth. And then Dylan steps out as this is moving past her and watches, in my opinion. I honest to God, I'm telling you, I can almost visualize this stuff happening. But I truly believe Dylan locked Kaylee out of her room. Absolutely. I think Dylan went in there to stay out of the way, to protect herself, and it was known, and then locked her door just to keep Kaylee out or anybody else. So
There's another piece of the puzzle that kind of lends itself to that conclusion, which is we can pretty much assume that Kaylee went upstairs with the dog. If the timeline is correct, that Maddie was in the bedroom getting attacked.
Right.
That would have to make some noise, and Kaylee and the dog would have been attentive to that. That would have been unusual and very conspicuous. So
absolutely,
that noise would have alerted Kaylee. Dylan would have known what the deal was. Notice that Dylan wasn't as intrigued to go up the stairs along with Kaylee and the dog.
Yep.
I do believe the dog was barking, obviously, and I do believe Kaylee went up there to see what was the matter.
100%.
And Dylan knew to not go upstairs.
Yes, sir. Agreed. 100% again. And I think this is a statement here that is absolute clear. I think Dylan was being begged for help and she didn't do nothing but go in her room and shut and lock her door. I fully agree with you on that. Truly and honestly.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So
yeah.
So we're placing Murphy upstairs barking at something. Kaylee goes up to investigate, sees what's going on in Maddie's room, and then turns and starts running down the stairs.
Yeah.
All right.
That would make. Yeah, I think Murphy went up ahead of her because you know how dogs are. They hear things or smell people that aren't supposed to be there, and they run up. She goes up behind him, like, what's going on? He's barking, and boom. The person either comes to the, like, connects with her in that hallway, or she, like, goes all the way to the door and go, what the hell? And bolts. You know what I mean? That's what I think, yes.
Okay, so the issue that I have with that is I get Murphy maybe on the more skittish side, but even skittish dogs are going to go after someone attacking dear old mother.
Well, I don't think he's skittish. Here's why. Thank you, SRB. Here's the thing. Murphy, remember that house. There's people in that house daily. Tons of people, right? And I'm sure they're all, oh, good puppy, good Murphy. There's Murphy the dog, petting him, playing with him, this and that. So I don't think that Murphy is maybe skittish at the beginning. I do agree with you though that if somebody here's one thing I'm going to point out at the end of what I say here though. Maybe if somebody is attacking her that he doesn't know, because they do play around a lot. Remember that. We all know that. Okay. So here's the thing. I think that it was definitely somebody Murphy knew that was doing this, that had already been in the house, that had already been around them, and that he was almost maybe comfortable with. And they weren't going to hurt him. Okay. And again, there's more than one person in that house, a perpetrator. So somebody, in my opinion, got a hold of him at some point and got him out of the way, put him to the side, whatever, put him in her room, took him out of the house, whatever they ended up doing, we know. But yeah, I do believe that. I do believe that.
So we gotta figure out how Murphy doesn't have anything on him. If we're gonna go with, it was Murphy going ballistic that lures Kaylee up.
To go up the stairs, yeah. I don't think he well, and one more thing too, dogs sense bad situations. So if she's in there, they're in there hurting Maddie, he may have not gone all the way in the room at that point, or he may have, because he may have sensed what was going on, backed out, maybe growled a little bit, but still at the same time, if it was somebody he knew, like that's what I'm saying, guys. There's two different like platforms here we can look at this with.
Well, what I'm saying is, if Kaylee's being lured up the stairs by Murphy, then something has to be going on that A, gets Murphy curious enough to go upstairs, and 2, gets Kaylee curious enough about Murphy to follow him up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And then again, the attack would have to happen with Murphy in the vicinity, and Murphy's not going to sit there. He is going to get involved.
That I don't know about. Again, I don't know.
Even if it's somebody that he is typically familiar with, if he sees aggression towards Kaylee, he is going to react.
That is a possibility. Again, unless the secondary person or one of the other people is in the house and that the other person's yelling, "Get this damn dog! Get this dog! He's biting me, or he's coming at me, or something like that." I mean, yeah, I can see that happening.
Yeah. So Murphy is going to get involved. And have some sort of trace on him, unless he gets back into somebody who he trusts.
Oh, unless it's dad. That's a good point, Tara said. I mean, it depends on how long he was involved, if he was involved at all, Dylan.
So here's the other thing. If it's Jack, Murphy would get involved, because I mean, at least all the dogs that I've had, even if we're like messing with the dog, going up, being all like quote unquote aggressive at each other, the dog's gonna get involved, and it's gonna pick the protector who to protect. Me and my
I get it.
Me and my sister would do it all the time, where I would act like I'm beating on her, and the little miniature pincher, who was a bowling ball with legs, would hop up and start barking at me, and we'd reverse roles and do the same thing.
Yeah, it could be. Like I said, it depends on how involved he was allowed to get before somebody grabbed him and moved him or something like that. I'm telling you, I've said this before. Murphy is the one that needs to be. They need to take Murphy and take him and put him in a room with everybody that we know is involved in this, including Bryan Kohberger, and watch his reaction to those people and see what he does. So I think that would tell a story by itself. So I agree. But that I do agree with. I think that's how that all went down. The dog part of it. There's a couple different ways it could play out. But yeah, I agree with you. It could be 100%. A dog would be that way. Just like I said before, that if they did put Murphy out through Kaylee's room out on that back deck back there, and we hear him, well, we hear a dog barking, and a lot of us think it's him, some of us don't. But if he was on that back deck running back and forth trying to get back in, and he goes down to the end where he can see into Maddie's bedroom and saw something happening when you hear him going ape shit barking like he's insane, could have been what he was seeing trying to get back into that. So who knows? There's some answers that need to be answered, and Whitcomb did say that the dog was very, very instrumental in this and very important. So, which is an
Dylan,
interesting point.
can
Go
I
ahead,
ask you a
bud.
question, Dylan?
Yeah.
Do you feel that there was no biological evidence on Murphy?
I think there would be, but
I'll be right back. Keep going.
I think there ended up being something on Murphy, but by the time the police got there, I don't think there was.
I agree with that. Yeah. And that's how they knew to not test him.
And well, then you would add, I would actually look for like traces of soap, dog soap, or something that would say, "Oh, he was just given a bath not that long ago."
Right, I agree with that. If you were the investigator, you would, yeah. But not if you were the investigator working at the time for this investigation, you wouldn't.
In the moment, I mean, I don't. If I was investigating, it wouldn't have gotten as it wouldn't have. I don't think it would have gotten to that point because I would be asking follow-up questions. And as far as with Murphy, I would be combing over that dog for any sort of DNA. I would have whoever going through going through the dog poop, seeing if there's something there. I would be going through teeth.
Like in a normal world case or in this case? Which one
this
are you
case,
talking about?
In this case, I would be going through every single inch of that dog. Because I find it incredibly hard to believe, even if it was given a bath, there's going to be something there. But the problem with that is, we'll say I was just put in charge of the investigation, and everybody else stays the same. Then I would run into the issue of Murphy went missing for God knows how long. But I would absolutely be going through that dog with a fine-tooth comb, seeing if I find something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's that I saw someone mention a collar, the collar. Yeah, I mean, how they just kind of let Murphy go off with Jack. What was it? A day later. Absolutely insane.
Do you think it was a mistake on the investigator's part or deliberate?
Deliberate. There's nothing in this case that's an accident.
Right.
So.
Agree. That tells me that there must have been, that they knew there was blood evidence on the dog and it was washed off.
Well, he was gone for a period of time and had to be retrieved. So yeah, very well could have been. There were paw prints of his. I think it was at the end of the on Maddie's floor at the end of her bed, like 3 paw prints they showed. So he must have gotten in something at some point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it just continues to show that there was a cleanup around the house.
Oh, that's a definite, in my opinion, by no doubt. I mean, no doubt whatsoever. So,
I'm sure you all remember when Lawrence Jones of Fox News interviewed Aaron Snell and asked him about whether
Yep.
the dog was tested or not. Everybody
Yeah.
remembers that, right?
I don't
What?
remember.
I do. Do you
Well,
remember? I'm sure you have it notated.
The look on Aaron Snell's face tells it all.
Yes. Yeah. He wasn't tested, guys. He wasn't tested. By any means was he tested. We know that.
Well, he admitted to that, but the look on his face while he says it was
Yeah,
just-
he knew it was a screw up.
well, he knew it was shenanigans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I mean by that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He knew it was something that should have been done and shouldn't have been asked about because they didn't want that out there.
Precisely.
Right, Lucy. When he laughed, it was kind of like a no. Yeah, that was a joke. Good call too, Eddie, to bring that back up. Very evident. All right, on we go. Wait a minute. Okay.
Okay. So is there a deck out there? It's like just cement and there's like no fence. So I guess anyone could come in and it was interrupted. Okay. So I guess anyone.
When he says interrupted, does that mean the investigators jumped in?
That's what I'm guessing. That would be my guess, yeah.
Wow.
That's the only thing I would make any sense at that point.
Wow.
They do it a lot. They answer their own questions too. Gotta love that one.
I mean, interviewing 101. Shut up.
Mm-hmm. Very good point.
God damn.
Tiny Mama says that's why Murphy was snatched from the pound so fast before anybody else could get their hands on him. I can agree with that.
Could come in she's floating the idea that anyone could have came in. Okay. Anybody could have done this. It was just really random. Okay. But when the investigator's trying to go, hey, help me out. What's happened over the past couple hours? What's happened over the past couple of days? What happened at the Sigma Chi party? Oh, nothing. Everything's normal. Nothing was weird. But now she's floating out this idea that anyone could have come in. I guess she won't even fully commit to it. So is the bottom floor kind of like a daylight basement? So you can come in on that floor and then you go back up one. Yeah. All right. I think we are at the end of where we left off with the video. So let's go back.
Okay. So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that?
No, I don't remember what his eyes look like either.
Okay. He didn't say anything to you?
I mean, I saw his eyes and he saw me, but he didn't walk towards me and didn't see anything,
Okay.
which I found really weird.
But didn't recognize eyes? Definitely a white guy?
Yeah, definitely a white guy.
Okay. Any smells, anything like that that would be weird? After he left, what happened?
I called me and it was like I heard a sound like a firework and I didn't like put two and two together. And so I told her like I called everyone, they're not answering and I'm in and out.
Hang on. Hold on. I don't know how did I ever miss that? Hold on 1 second.
He left, what happened?
I called me and it was like I heard a sound like a firework and I didn't like put two and two together.
I called Bethany and it was like I heard it sound like a firework, and I didn't put two and two together. What the hell does she mean by that? Like, I never caught that before. What do you mean you didn't put two and two together? Because there's nothing that's ever been talked about that would equal four on that. How did I never hear that before? We watched this interview like 4 times. All right, Dylan.
I would assume that right now she knows that there's 4 deceased roommates, so that would be the 2, and then the other 2 is the gunfire noise.
But yeah, but she claims that remember Bethany, she never heard, or Eddie, Jesus Christ. Sorry, dude, I didn't mean to call you Bethany. Oh my God. Yeah, that was the worst, dude. I owe you something big for that one. Do you remember how she said Dylan never heard that sound? Never, according to her. So,
should we wait for the transcript part of this?
Yeah, it's coming. SRB just said it's coming, so I'll shut up. It caught me off guard. I'm sorry, you guys.
Maybe that'll tell us a little bit more.
Yeah. Okay.
And so I told her, like, I called everyone, they're not answering, and I'm in and out of it. I don't think anything of it. I just think everyone's asleep, and I go to her room, we lock the door, and just go to bed.
Okay.
And then this morning, it's like 11 or 12, and we're calling everyone, and no one's waking up, and we have like a really bad feeling. So I called Daniel's room, and he said he needed to call the cops right now.
Okay.
He wouldn't let us see what happened because he didn't want us to see it pretty much. Yeah.
Your house.
Okay, let's go back to the transcript here. Okay. So 5'10", all black. Could you see what color his eyebrows were or anything like that? No. She needed to add more. I don't remember anytime we see that. I don't remember. I didn't think, etc. I don't remember what his eyes look like either. This is preempting a question from him. I don't remember what his eyes look like either, so don't ask me that. Even though she's going to say, I saw his eyes. Not cooperative. Either. I don't know what his eyebrows look like. I don't remember what his eyes look like either. Okay. This is really concerning here. Okay, he didn't say anything to you? I mean, I saw. So we have a repeated word here indicating higher intensity. I saw his eyes and he saw me. Well, and this could also indicate self-censoring. This also could indicate thinking. I saw his eyes and he saw me, but he didn't walk towards me and didn't say anything. So we have but, which is in conflict with whatever was said before it. I mean, I saw his eyes and he saw me, but he didn't walk towards me and didn't say anything. She didn't explain what he did do. She explained what he didn't do. He didn't walk towards me. Why did she think of that?
Good point. Good question, too. Why did she think of that?
Okay. And then she added, which I found really weird.
Why?
She found it was really weird that she saw his eyes and that he saw her, but he didn't walk towards her and didn't say anything. Put yourself in that situation. You see a trespasser, a criminal, an intruder, and he doesn't come up to you. Your biggest fear is that he would come and attack you. And she found, in the past tense, to be really weird. I'd be thankful, right? Wouldn't you be thankful? Wouldn't that be a relief? But she found it to be really weird. This is misplaced. This is an indicator of deception. This doesn't make realistic. This is not realistic. And he goes, but didn't recognize his eyes. I don't blame him for wondering that. She's talking fast. She's going through a lot. She's adding in things. She's talking about what didn't happen. She's talking about what didn't happen. And he goes, but didn't recognize his eyes. His brain is going, wait a minute. What? We can't blame him. And he goes, definitely a white guy. Yeah, definitely a white guy. Definitely. He's asking for definite. Yeah, definitely a white guy. She parrots that. Okay, that's a parrot. Okay, any smells, anything like that that would be weird? Mm-mm. After he left, what happened? Great question, investigator. These two words are some of the most powerful words when asking questions about exactly what you want to know. What happened? Keep it simple. I called redacted, and it was like I heard a sound like a firework. Okay, so I'm going to put that in red. So
I'm just gonna say, welcome first and foremost. Welcome, Selena. I think she does. I'm pretty positive she does know who it is. There's no doubt in my mind. Stating it was definitely a white guy was what he calls leakage again. I think that's exactly what it was. Because she knew exactly who he was, in my opinion. That's, again, just my opinion. And you guys, I want everyone in here to truly make your own decisions based on what you see here, research, whatever. You don't have to take my word for anything, or any of ours for that matter. Make your own. But that's my feeling and opinion that she absolutely knew who he was, that person specifically. So.
called redacted, and it was like, so at the same time, it was like I heard a sound like a firework, and I didn't. Here we go. What I didn't do. I didn't put two and two together. And so I told. I'm going to stop on told. We've been talking about saying and what was said and how that's light. Told is different. When we hear told, I sat down and told him to not do that again. I told that boy not to do that again. Told, there's a little bit more intensity there, at least. And we're not really surprised by this. Hold on, I gotta just clean this up. This is not what I meant to do. I meant to put this as here. And so I told her, let's put that in this. And so I told her, like I called everyone. So she there's a fragment here. She didn't finish that. And so I told her what her is this the redacted, right? I called her and I told her something. She didn't want to tell us. So she stopped. Like, I called everyone. Okay, so it seems like what we're understanding here is that she's backing out, and now she called everyone. Okay.
And I think that there is because when she did, she didn't, if that makes any sense to you guys. If we remember going back to Dylan's calls, how they registered a lot of them registered 0000. I still believe, even after the experiments that we did, me and Logan did, I think SRB and Cassie did them too, so on and so forth, trying to figure out how that would register that way. I believe that Dylan typed the numbers in her phone to make it look as though she called them, but never actually was planning on calling or didn't call them on purpose because she knew already they were dead. Again, my opinion. But I think that's partially what he's talking about there. Again, these are all opinions, folks, but that's my feelings. Yeah, Ethan's was the only one that registered, and it was, thank you, Kim, 12 seconds. 12 seconds. So think about how long 12 seconds is. Did he pick up the phone? Did somebody pick up the phone? And it was hung back up? Whatever. Yeah, it was all staged, Claire, fully. 100% part of the staging process. Thank you, Kim, for reminding me of that one. But yes, 100%.
With Ethan being 12 seconds and everybody else being zeros, that almost leads me to believe that Dylan didn't exactly know Ethan was there.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. It could be. Very well could be. Well, they even claim at one point that they didn't know that he was there. So, yeah, good call. Why did you call Ethan if you didn't know he was in the house? Again, I think it's all for appearances, JP. Truly and honestly. The whole thing. Everything is about the staging of everything, I think.
Well, the thing is, what if the original plan was for Ethan to come find out, and you have that instant, you have the boyfriend that just got into a fight with at Sigma Chi over his girl, and you just have a snowball effect. What if that was the original plan? Because in the body cam, they're already pointing fingers at Ethan.
Yeah, that's a good point. Interesting point, actually. It very well could be. That could have been the whole point in staging the okay, let me rephrase it. That could have been what the whole text message thing was you're being cheated on was about. That could have been part of the staging of the whole situation to promote a fight, to make it look like there was a reason for there to be a fight or an argument, and then it turned into this. If you think about that, that's a good point. Those text messages could have been sent to him to build a narrative as to part of the staging. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's kind of that was actually kind of the road that I was getting ready to go down. And I mean, you factor all that in, and I think and I would imagine when Dylan kind of so we don't know if Dylan did anything but other than the cleanup and all that jazz, but I am kind of curious to see what was Dylan's legitimate reaction when she saw, Ethan's in the bed. Well, shit. Now what the fuck do we do?
That's a good point. It could be. It could be.
And on top of that, you go back to you go back both the text from Erica and the Cougar Den are on work product, not on Ethan's phone.
Right.
And in the Cougar Den, everybody in the house was in that except for Xana, including Ethan.
Very good point.
So I think they were setting something up for Ethan.
Right.
So now I'm looking right back at Sigma Chi.
I mean, it could be. That's an interesting point. What do you mean I got a gift, Kim? What did I do?
I am your gift,
Oh, yeah.
right, Dad?
Um, that's a good
Uh,
point. It is an interesting. Sorry, my wife was talking to me. That's a good point, too. Did I get a gift? I don't know what you're talking about with gifts. Either way, thank you. If it is, I don't know what it is. I don't see it, but thank you very much. Those images that float across. Oh, I didn't even see it. I'm sorry. Thank you, whoever sent that. Very good point. Welcome, Mackenzie Ray.
Dangle, has your question about the 2 and 2 ever been answered?
No, because she says I heard, or she explains the conversation between her and Bethany, where she said Bethany said she heard like a firework, and I never put 2 and 2 together because there was never a statement made that she said she heard that any sound like that. Dylan never claimed to hear that. In fact, if I'm correct, she kind of made it sound like she didn't know what the hell Bethany was talking about when that was stated. So no, I don't believe it was answered yet.
Can you move the color chart so we can
No,
read that?
that's on his.
Oh.
That's his screen, unfortunately.
Well, he'll like it'll remove here in a minute when he continues on.
Yeah. That way you can read the words that are there. Absolutely. Yeah, I'll be quiet and let it go now.
She called everyone.
Is that what you were trying to look at, Eddie?
Yeah. So the part that you never heard before is Dylan. I heard a sound like a firework.
Well, here's what she says, though. Here's the problem.
So you're saying that it seems like right here she's saying she heard it, but everywhere else she denied hearing it. Is that?
Yeah. That's how this sounds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I called Bethany. We know who that is. And it was like, meaning what Bethany said to her. I heard a sound like a firework, and I didn't put 2 and 2 together.
Oh, so she's quoting Bethany there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's very strange how she says it, too. It was like, not Bethany said, or she was like, it was like. So at that point, that's why I was like, wait, I never heard that in the interview. That's why I like these transcripts. But she claims she didn't hear it, Eddie, that she never heard that sound that Bethany heard, if you remember correctly in her interviews.
Right.
So, and then she says, I didn't put 2 and 2 together. Well, what is there to put together if you never heard it? That's my point. You see what I'm saying?
What was there to... I'm trying to break it down. Give me a second. I got to process that.
You're okay. You're okay.
What was there to put together if she didn't hear it? Well, she's saying, I think what she's saying here is she called Bethany. Bethany told her about this big firework noise. And Dylan didn't. And now Dylan's telling the detective, and I didn't put it together.
Right.
So when she made the phone call to Bethany, now she has knowledge of a big noise in the house
that she didn't hear.
But
that she claims she didn't hear. So
Yeah.
how would you put 2 and 2 together?
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Thing, it just connected. It
Yeah,
just
it's okay.
registered here.
It takes time sometimes with these things. It is with me all the time. So that's what I was saying. Dylan claimed in her interviews when Bethany says what she says, because it's brought up, that she never heard the fireworks sound. She had no idea what it was. So now in this, I never caught it before. She's saying, Bethany said, I heard a sound like a firework. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. But you couldn't put 2 and 2 together because you never heard it. That's the point I was making. According to you, of course.
Well, maybe it could be just this. Bethany told her about this sound and put the things she putting together is now she knows that there's 4 homicides, you know, the following day. And Dylan heard a noise. She learned that during the phone call. She made the phone call right after this suspicious character left her house.
Right.
So in that moment, she wasn't able to put 2 and 2 together. What she's doing, and what obviously what the investigators want her to do, is not
Yeah.
be aware that there's 4 homicides in the house, to explain away
Right.
the 9-hour delay in the
Yes.
911 call.
Yeah. And again, she's telling on herself, like he calls it leakage again. So I agree. Yeah, you're right. That's the only thing I was pointing out with it. That's why I like these transcripts, because we see things different when you read it rather than hearing it. So, and then Rach just said, or is she saying she heard it while on the phone with Bethany? No. I don't think so.
No, if there was an actual bang in that house, it would have rocked the neighborhood.
I think she would have said, I heard it while talking to her, or I heard when I was on the phone, I heard the sound or something like that. I think it would have been differently stated, but there again, I don't think so. But
And of course, all along, the detective was just playing dumb. He's like, okay, so you didn't put 2 and 2 together, plus you were drifting in and out of it. Makes perfect sense. Gotcha.
I mean, it's so, and that Rick, there, you guys, what Eddie just said, I think answers all of our questions as to why there's no follow-up questions on any of this. None. Because there's not supposed to be. Okay? Eddie has said many, many times when he's listened to these interviews with any of them that he believes that they're basically getting a feel for what is known, what's out there, what's going to be put out there, how to run the narrative along with what these witnesses are saying, which makes perfect sense to me. So,
yeah, I don't know if anybody caught it, but there's more than one takeaway from what you mentioned about the, about the white guy. It's a white person. You said the takeaway there is you believe that she knows exactly who did it.
I truly do. Yes.
The other takeaway is notice that the state already knows that they're going to be pinning it on a white guy as the fall guy.
Yes.
They already know at this moment that that's what's going to be happening.
It's going to have to be right. Absolutely. Because there's many other options here. Think about it. If you think about what was stated about Kaylee's about her stalking situation at the store, that it was a tall black man that was stalking her, walking towards her, so on and so forth, that very easily could have been used as the perpetrator, as a possibility for a perpetrator. It could have been blamed on that person, but it wasn't. It was automatically pinned on Bryan. We know that, but it absolutely, it was a white guy. Absolutely, it was. That again, I think that's leakage. Like she's telling again what she knows before she knows. She's telling what she knows before she's supposed to know it. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, he just gave her the answer.
They do that through the whole damn interview. Oh, every bit of it. So yeah, absolutely. I'm sorry if I sound crazy when I talk sometimes. Sometimes my mind goes faster than my mouth because crazy ADHD, but I know what I'm trying to say to you. Eventually I'll get it out.
I kind of want to back up a second because I just had a potential thought in my mind.
I thought I smelled smoke. Go ahead.
Are the triplets the only Chapin kids?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's Jim has kids from a separate, like a previous marriage, but yeah, they are the only ones.
How do we know the sisters, brothers?
Maisie and Hunter, and then I think it's a boy. His name is Jim. I think somebody will catch me on this. Either way, it's older. Yeah.
Okay, so I was thinking back to the original DNA match to Four Brothers, and we already got two brothers with Ethan and Hunter. If there's half brothers, I don't know how the IgG works with that, but if there's two other brothers, you got your four brothers right there.
Well, I think it's just one that he had one child from a previous. I'll have to look into it to make sure, but I think. Don't quote me, please, until I can figure that out. I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that thought just kind of crossed my mind.
Yeah, you have to look at every single possibility. I agree with that, and we do. So yes, I understand what you mean, and it's interesting. Um, Jim Chapin, yeah, I think his name. I thought it was Jim, like Junior. I'll look into it though, Dylan. That way I can give you a true answer on it, 100%. So, all right, moving in forward.
This is sensitive to her, whatever this was, very sensitive. Okay. I want to know, what did you tell her? I called everyone. They're not answering. And here we go. I'm in and out of it. Okay. She doesn't want to talk anymore about this. She doesn't want to explain it. I don't think anything of it.
Because it's a lie.
All right. So again,
All right.
I don't think anything of it.
So I just went through Grok, and Grok says he has 3 half siblings: Eric, David, and Nicole.
Really?
So we got
I'm completely off then. Sorry.
we got our 4 brothers.
Ethan Chapin has 3 half siblings.
That's
Eric,
what
David, and Nicole.
That's what Grok says. That's what Grok's telling me.
Wow. Okay. Hey, Jesse. I was completely off. I'm going to look into that more then because I had no clue. I'm completely off. I thought there was one male and his name was James. So that'll tell you right there.
Yeah. So
Good to know.
Like I said, I'm not entirely sure how the IGG works, but that's
Well, it
my
was
favorite.
4 brothers out of Pennsylvania, though. Remember that.
Out of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's how they framed it
Oh.
when they said it. So I don't know. I mean,
hell
there
does
could
that
be. That thing is such a mess. It truly is. I don't think that's how it goes with what you're saying. But we listen to everything and work everything through. But
Yeah.
yeah. Eric, David. No, that's 3. But either way, yeah, they were out of Pennsylvania. Is that whole 4 brothers thing? So I didn't know if you knew that or not.
I forgot about the Pennsylvania part.
That's okay.
But
All right.
I'm trying to piece together how they would say Pennsylvania.
That where that part of the family tree came from was Pennsylvania.
All right, I'll do some digging.
That they went through to get to that point, they said.
So if we're to understand what she's saying here, is that her senses, her emotions, her psychology was fearful. She was in a heightened state of being alert and fearful. No. I locked the door as fast as I could. And he didn't walk towards me and didn't say anything, which I found really weird. I'm very scared, and I'm thinking he's acting very weird. And I called everyone. I heard.
But she also makes the statement at the same time. I think it was another interview, and says that she wasn't scared at all. So take that to take that to town with you, and remember that too.
Something. I heard something like a firework. And I told her, oh wait, I don't want to talk about that. Okay, I called everyone, they're not answering, and I'm in and out of it. I don't think anything of it. This is extremely sensitive and deceptive. And I just think, I don't think that other thing, I just think everyone's asleep. This is another extremely cryptic phrase here. I just think everyone's asleep. And I go to her room. I go. I didn't run. I go. So a change of language. her being redacted. We lock the door. Now, this is an interesting pronoun here. We lock the door. So this and this person both grabbed the doorknob together and locked it together. That doesn't make sense. And then we have another just. We didn't do that other thing. We just go to bed. This right here is so sensitive. There's so many sensitivity indications here. Very cryptic words. Okay. And we're gonna see that there's some just straight up lies as well in here. I heard it sound like a firework. Okay. And then, which indicates a passage of time. This morning, it's like 11 or 12. She can't give us a time. She just cannot give us.
Yes, sir.
Upon further investigation,
Yes, sir.
Ethan's half sister lives in Pennsylvania.
Okay. Well, there you go.
So, again, who knows how the IGG voodoo stuff works, but I mean,
I've never really paid much attention to that because I don't think it has anything to do with anything. I don't believe that I know they didn't use that to get Bryan. We all know that, I think.
yeah.
So it's never been that important to me. And we all also know that the Bryan's DNA is not even on the sheet. So again, as Ann stated, I clearly will always say this. Bryan was chosen, period. I do not, will not, and you can't, unless you show me some amazing magic, you'll never make me believe that with IGG, they found Bryan Kohberger. It's untrue to me. It's an absolute lie, as far as I'm concerned.
And I saw that I saw that IGG is the only in America, IGG is the only thing that you can use, is the only country you can use in an investigation.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Europe says no, it's not reliable enough.
It's junk. Yeah, I agree with you. It's junk science, so therefore it shouldn't be. But obviously the United States, we're going to be the last. You know how that goes. Yeah, I agree. Especially the way they did it, or the way they claim they did it. It's just bullshit. Sorry.
But yeah, so
Yeah, no.
Ethan's sister or half sister lives in Pennsylvania, and then the brothers live in Washington. So
Now one of his other brothers, just so you guys know this, for anybody that didn't, one of his other brothers from the previous marriage, stepbrother, whatever you want to call him, half brother, sorry, his wife, okay, whoever that brother is, his wife called Dylan out, like in the very beginning, and was like challenging why the hell nobody's questioning her. Why is she walking free? I can't remember her exact words, but she called out Dylan and said, "This is bullshit. She should have been arrested. She should be held accountable in some aspects." I can't remember the exact words. At some point, I will go back and find her statement and show you guys. But yeah, that
working
happened.
on it.
It was I can't remember her name, but it was his brother's wife, his sister-in-law, who made the statement. So anyway,
Yeah.
moving.
Yep. Working on it.
JP, no problem. Jippa, said IGJ on purpose samples like blood or semen. I can understand, but transfer. Oh, I agree with you. I fully agree with you, my friend. It was a bullshit excuse.
Okay, so according to Grok, the half brother, it was the actual half brother himself. It wasn't the wife. Made comments online questioning why Dylan Mortensen didn't call 911 sooner after seeing the intruder.
Well, that was said too, but there was something that his wife or the sister-in-law stated. So maybe a different article, but yeah, it is. That's word for word what the one article said. I remember that. So yes,
Yeah, I'm looking through it now, trying
you're
to.
good. Where are we at? Yeah, let me get this moving again.
The only thing she can give us is 4 a.m. As far as I know, as far as I can remember, every other time is caveated. And we're calling everyone. So again, called everyone, and now we're calling everyone, and no one's waking up. No one's waking up. It's a cryptic phrase. No one's answering. No one's waking up. And we have like a really bad feeling. So now you have a really bad feeling. Well, the way that you were speaking to us and going over this, Miss Dillon, you had already had a really bad feeling. But then you just didn't think of anything, didn't think of it. They didn't think anything of it. You just think everyone's asleep. And you go to her room, lock the door, and just go to bed. I mean, if you didn't, I'm sorry, I'm going back here, but if you didn't think of I'm struggling with that. If you didn't think anything of it, but you go to her room.
Bingo. Absolute contradiction of statement right there. I didn't think anything of it, but I hurried up and went to her room and locked the door. So if you didn't think anything of it, why did you do that? I know that's where he's going to go. I didn't see this far into it, but yeah, 100%. That's what he's going to say. Is that Moto? Is he in the house? I think I seen him. Yeah, he is. There he is. Good to see you, brother. Anyway, just something to think of. Like, it's absolute. Like, she contradicts things constantly throughout these interviews, guys. It's insane. Absolutely.
Why? Again, this is just a really underscore. I mean, you went to her room and you locked the door. And at the same time, you just didn't think anything of it. I hate to say it, but this is just clear deception and
a lie.
Censoring. Her brain is, her will is censoring her own brain. Her brain knows what happened. Her memories know. Her brain has recorded it.
Bingo.
And she's speaking in front of the investigator. She's ad-libbing. She's not making any sense. No one's waking up.
And here's
a really bad feeling. So
here's the thing, guys. We've seen the other two, and now this one. In a normal investigation, or should I say a real investigation, and you all know this as well. Any other place, any other police, law enforcement agency, anywhere else, this entire interview she'd have been indicted based on this interview. Right or wrong. Because she's lying through the whole fucking thing, and they know she is. But they're not going to say anything because they're not supposed to. Every bit of this interview is lies, okay? And deceptive statements, everything. But she should have been indicted based on, in my opinion, of course, based on the interview alone. And they just completely acted like it was no big deal. Which tells you, going back to what we've been saying, they knew, period. And it was even worse than the Gooch interview. Vicky Gooch absolutely knew and had Dylan's number in this, which I think is why she was never used again for any interviews. That's just my opinion personally, but just saying. Thank you, SRB. Guys, make sure to subscribe to Travis, please, and thank you. And I will... Angel D! Good to see you, Angel. I will shut up.
I make no promises.
Say again?
I make no promises.
You're good. Hey, Panda.
I believe it's redacted, and I believe room. He said we needed to call the cops right now. So this is another thing that really stands out to me. I got a lot of colors here today. He said we needed to call the cops right now. Now, my wife has told me that those in sororities or fraternities, honestly, I don't even know the difference. They, before calling 911, they're required to call their leader there. I do not know much about that. But I find this very troubling. And in fact, me and my wife had a little bit of a back and forth about this. Because I kind of pushed back at this idea in my mind, and I could be wrong. I could very well be wrong here. I would like to know more about the history of this. But when it's life and death, when roommates, friends, she wouldn't say friends, she'd say roommates, but people you live with are murdered, are possibly dead, are hurt. I would think the overwhelming sense to call 911 would overcome that loyalty to some temporary group.
Absolutely.
But that right there really concerns me that he said we needed to call the cops. This is almost a guilty admission that she didn't think calling the cops. She wasn't even sure calling the cops was the right thing to do, or the proper thing, or she needed some sort of external motivation to call the cops.
Exactly.
This is extremely concerning. Okay. He wouldn't let us see. So we have a dropped we have a change in pronoun. Okay. I wonder what she was thinking here when she said we. He wouldn't let us see what happened because he didn't want us to see something. The investigator interrupted with totally. And I believe she said pretty much. I'm not sure. I didn't put that in there. He wouldn't let us see what happened because he didn't want us to see. So this is also extremely concerning for me as I'm thinking through and just listening to her, is how does she know the placement of where everyone was at? Because she's saying, even when I called 911, he said we needed to call 911. And I called this person, whoever this was, and he wouldn't let us see what happened. So now also us, okay, we got to talk about this. We, us, she does use we a lot. We locked the door. This has been redacted. I don't know who this is. According to just observing the statement, I don't know who that is. Because I have some cursory knowledge now, especially, I understand this to be Bethany. It's very frustrating that there's all these redactions. It really hampers and hinders the analysis.
Amen.
We denotes unity. Okay. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this. We denotes unity. Okay. So, but the greater point here is, according to her statement, I don't understand how she knows where these four are. And yet, she said Ethan and Xana are in their room and Maddie's upstairs and things like that. Very concerning. And it's kind of obvious what's going on here. Okay, let's go back to the recording or the YouTube video here and listen on.
Go ahead.
Just girls.
Okay. Right?
So Xana is on the same floor as me, first floor. Mogan and Keely are on the third floor.
Okay. That's what I'm messing up. Okay. Didn't hear a car start up, nothing like that after the fact?
No.
And then no one, has anybody seen anything on any social media posts?
No.
Anybody talking about anything?
No.
Okay. Okay. At the same party, anything weird, strange, not normal? Anybody get angry with anybody?
No, it was just normal. Like everyone seemed fine. Xana, Ethan were with me, and it was totally normal. Like there's nothing weird or out of place or suspicious.
Nobody hooked up that might have a boyfriend that wouldn't be pissed off at him or something?
No.
Okay. All right, anything else you can think of that I should know?
All that I really know was me saying that there was like a lot of boom, but I didn't hear it, and I don't really know how I did it because I was on that floor.
You were just right below it, right?
No, below me and Xana and me on the same floor. So like Xana and me staying the same floor down here. And
so Xana's in between the bathroom and the kitchen?
Yes, pretty much. There's like a wall and there's kitchen, Xana's room, bathroom.
Okay. Anybody else on your floor?
No.
And the downstairs on the first?
Yes.
And then up on the third was, I just moved down.
Contact physician-owned Baylor Scott & White Texas Spine and Joint Hospital to ace your joint pain.
Kaylee and Maddie.
Kaylee and Maddie. Those are both on the third.
Yeah.
Similar layout where one bedroom's over the other?
Yeah, so Kaylee's room was here, bathroom in the corner, and then Morgan's room.
Okay. So Morgan would be over Xana's room?
Yes.
Ish,
I think so.
Okay.
And I guess Kate would be above my room, I'm thinking.
So Zana is on your floor, but she was upstairs with Kaylee and Logan.
No, she was in her room.
She was in her room.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Ethan was in
Her room.
Xana's room as well.
Okay. Sorry. 2 of them there, then 2 of them on third.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Okay. I will give you this just in case you think of anything else, which
Okay.
is totally normal.
Okay.
To just have things fly in from out of nowhere. You'll
Yeah.
see a box of French fries and think of something.
Yeah.
Who knows what will trigger it.
Okay.
Obviously, you guys have some resources on campus, like the CTC, right?
Yeah.
Take totally full advantage of that.
Okay.
All right. This is not a normal thing. This is not something that you can just power through usually on your own.
Yeah.
So definitely take the help. If you have any questions, you can reach out to us, obviously. I don't know who's going to be the actual lead investigator, but obviously if you call and say, my name is so-and-so, I talked to, Detective Maury, and they'll patch you through whoever we need to.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself.
Okay.
Okay. If you get any weird text messages, calls, you think that somebody's behind you, following you, just do whatever you need to do to make yourself safe.
Okay.
Okay. Don't think that you're going crazy. Don't do anything like that. There's no reason to take chances.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome back, Bubbles. Welcome back, Bubbles.
All right, let's get back to our transcript. So there is actually more. That was not the completion of the interview. There is a break, and we are going to listen on and see what happens there, because I find that to be very interesting, what happens afterwards, after this break. Okay, so let's make sure you guys can see my screen okay, and okay, we're good. All right. Your house co-ed or just girls? Just girls, okay. And redacted, right? I'm not sure what she asked. So Xana, so she was going to say she, and she corrected who she was talking about. So Xana is on the same floor as me. That's good. I like to hear that. Redacted first floor, Mogan. So whoever first floor, Mogan and Kaylee are the third floor. The third floor. Are on the third floor? Okay, that's where I'm messing up. Okay. Yeah. He was having a hard time. Okay. Didn't hear a car start up? Nothing like that after the fact? No. Good question. But again, kind of giving her words here. Okay. It's interesting though. He's trying to figure out this. I mean, his brain is turning. It's turning. He's trying to figure out, man, what am I missing? Investigator. And then no one has anybody seen anybody on social media posts? No. Anybody talk about anything? He tries again. No. So this is a kind of a consistent theme here. What's happened in the past? What happened with the party? What happened before that? Anything that's stood out? Anything weird? No, nothing. Everything's normal. Yada, yada, yada. That's what she keeps saying. And then, oh yeah, right here. At the Sigma Chi party. So he goes back there. Or the SIG party. I think he says Sigma Chi. Anything weird, strange, normal? No. It was just normal. Okay? Like everyone seemed fine. Xana and Ethan were with me. I'm going to put that in red. Okay? That kind of blew my mind as I was preparing for this and looking at this. And why did this mess up? I don't know what's going on there. That's going to bug me. There we go. And it was totally normal. Put that in purple. Like there was nothing weird or out of place or suspicious. So we talked about this in, I can't remember if it was part 1 or part 2 with the marriage. Our marriage is so tremendously, amazingly great. You know, who are you trying to fool? You trying to fool me or are you trying to fool
Stepping
yourself?
away for a second. I'll be right
Look
back.
at this. I love he went back to the party. It was just normal. It wasn't the other thing that I was thinking about. It was, oh my goodness, this is just giving me a fit. It was just normal. Like everyone seemed fine. Think about what she's saying. This is almost an omnipotent view. or I'm sorry, omniscient view. There is not one doubt in her brain that at a party, college party, where likely craziness is going on, drinking, who knows, 4 of her roommates were murdered within hours ago. And she is so sure. Who, subject, are you trying to convince? Me or you? Xana and Ethan were with me. So earlier on, in fact, the very first things she said, basically, once the investigator said, and he asked, tell me what you know. And she said, she talked about the Sigma Chi party. She said we, but she dropped it. Here, she says, Xana and Ethan were with me. Now, also how she phrases this, Xena and Ethan were with me. Not me, Xana, and Ethan were together. I came with Xana and Ethan. Me, Xana, and Ethan had a great time. No, Xana and Ethan were with me. Well, what does that mean? And it was totally normal. Not like we were having fun, what we were saying with each other, what we laughed about, what we experienced. Just trust me, it was totally normal. Like everyone seemed fine. It was just normal. There was nothing weird, out of place, or suspicious. This is almost an insane statement. I mean, it's almost insane if look at all the purple. Nobody hooked up. He tries again. Are you sure? Nobody hooked up that might have a boyfriend that wouldn't be? Nope. I am sure this pissed off them or something. He couldn't even like finish the sentence. I know where you're going with this, man. No. Okay. All right. Anything else you can think of that I should know? Good question. She's thinking, all that I really know, all that I really know was, okay, that's a change of time. I really know right now was, not is. All that I really know is, all that I really know was. So do you really know something else now? All I really know was that redacted, hate that, saying, okay, here's saying that there was like a loud boom, was like a loud boom. Now, this is a little bit different wording, but earlier she had said that she had heard a firework. I heard a sound like a firework. I didn't put 2 and 2 together though. All I really know was that redacted saying that there was like a loud boom, but I didn't hear it. What? That's nuts. I mean, that's a different word. Firework and loud boom. These might be 2 different things. So I got to at least make that logical note. I'm not going to interpret. Okay. But I didn't hear it. And I don't really know how I didn't. I don't know how I didn't hear it. Because anytime we see an explanation, it shows sensitivity and a preempting a question from the investigator, underscoring the sensitivity. I was on that floor. So if redacted said they heard a loud boom, that sounds unspecific, just a loud boom, right? Not that redacted said they heard a loud boom from a specific floor. I didn't hear it, and I don't really know how I didn't, because I was on that floor. This is very likely leakage. I didn't hear it. I don't know how I didn't. because I was on that floor.
Daigle.
I don't know what floor that was on. Very concerning language. And he goes, because you were just right below it, right? So he's thinking she was, I guess, right with redacted, which I understand to be Bethany. And it was on the same floor as her. So this is very interesting here. Well, redacted is below me, historical present, right? And Xana and me are on the same floor. So like Xana and me stay. There's an interesting word here, stay, not live, not sleep. Stay on the same floor down here. But that is orange. And then we have, I guess, a caveat, I guess. Almost like I'm thinking through this right now, I guess. I guess this is not really making sense. Is that what I guess is coming from? Is that what she means? Because you were just right below it. Well, redacted is below me. So she's on that floor, and Xana and me are on the same floor. Where's Ethan at this time? No mention of Ethan.
Daigle, are you back yet?
So like Xana and me stay on the.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, bud. I was reading. My apologies. I should have said something. What's up? Can you hear me? Oh. He probably has to jump out and jump back in because Dylan had to pop out. Sorry about that. I should have told you when I was reading into this too. So my apologies, Eddie.
Yeah, when Dylan dropped out, I must not have
I figured.
Been able to hear you, and I didn't realize until just now. So
No worries.
This is interesting point to pause here is
right.
Well, probably for a couple of reasons. I see the internet is blowing up about Kyle Busch, but that's not why I had you pause.
I heard something about he died or something.
This is an interesting thought. So about this firework and this loud noise. So when Dylan called Bethany, or however the version of her story goes, Bethany mentioned to Dylan that she heard a loud bang.
Yeah.
We've all taken that literally up to this point, but what if this?
Right.
Because Bethany, if it's true that she was on the first floor, which, for this thought experiment, why not start with that being the case? Bethany's on the first floor. Dylan calls Bethany. Of course, because if the noise was upstairs, Bethany would mention to Dylan, I heard a loud noise. We've all interpreted it as it's in Bethany's proximity because Dylan claims that she can't hear it and Bethany claims she did, so that means that it was downstairs. But no, because because Bethany's downstairs and she knows Dylan is upstairs, she would mention that noise in that phone call to Dylan. Like, put yourself in that place, right?
Yeah, no, right. No, I get it.
So there's a loud noise. It came from the second floor. That is the truth. That's the two versions of the truth.
There's also the flash that goes with the noise too, like the fire flash or whatever she said that goes with it.
Can we discount that because the state is really desperately trying to morph and downplay this loud bang to a firework, and then from a firework even down further to a sparkler?
Yeah, sure. Right.
Of course, when there's gunfire, there is a flash, too. So,
Right.
All right. So there's gunfire on the second floor. Obviously, both of them heard it. Dylan has to deny it. Investigators need Dylan to deny it so that she can just be blissfully ignorant of the whole thing.
Right.
Does that make sense?
I believe so. Say it one more time. The last part.
The last part is the gunfire really happened on the second floor.
Okay. So
That seems very likely. And of course, Bethany is alarmed by it, genuinely alarmed by it. She mentions that loud noise in the phone call to Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
Dylan is saying it in this statement, which doesn't work for the narrative.
Right.
Of course, she has to deny that she heard it, which doesn't make any sense, because if Dylan's on the second floor and the gunfire came from the second floor, Bethany's on the lower level, Bethany heard it, why didn't Dylan hear it if it happened like, steps
because
away
Dylan's
from
denying
Dylan?
it. Dylan's denying it. Dylan probably. I get where you're at. This makes sense too. So
Suddenly it makes more sense after listening to this portion of this interview that the gunfire was on the second floor.
That I see exactly what you're saying. So now the gunfire was on the second floor per se, is what he's saying. Dylan did hear it. She's acting as though she didn't hear it. Okay, because she's supposed to. Therefore, in turn, I get it. Yeah, this makes sense. Good point.
Well, good. Tiny Mama already knew it. That's cool. Not everyone's on that. Not everyone is like lockstep with that, though.
Now, I think a lot of people believe that whatever happened on the floor downstairs on the ground floor in front of Bethany's door. Yeah. So, yeah, I got you. What's up, Dylan?
So, there's a few things here that I don't think Bethany actually saw a flash. I think she's lying about that.
You're not the only one that thinks that. Many people think that.
And then, if a gun, I just don't see any evidence of a gun being used. So, I get that there's a flash that's visible on the 11-12 ring camera, but the sound doesn't match a gun. I don't know what it sounds.
Gotcha.
But it's not a gun.
Right.
So
there's definitely different points of view on that one, and which is good. Different people see different things. So yeah, I get your point though.
So if there was any evidence of gunfire, I think Turvey would have been saying something. Whitcomb would have definitely said something.
And neither one of them. Nobody brought it up. In fact, I think Chris. We asked Chris about it, and it was never talked about, or he kind of went around it, or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there was, if there wasn't. There's a probability of it. A probability. I'm not saying it's absolutely not possible, but there's not a lot of things that point to it other than the sound that was heard and the quote unquote flash. But those could be different things too. And like I said, I've struggled with the gun thing the whole time, you guys, because the neighbors around them, if a gun would have went off, unless there was a silencer. But here's the thing. That contradicts itself. Because if there's a silencer on it, they wouldn't have heard the sound. It wouldn't have sounded the way that it was explained. A silencer makes a gun sound like... It's hard to explain it. And silencers aren't like...
it's not like the movies.
Yeah. No. They're not. And again, here, let me ask you a question. If a gun was used in this too, and I'm not discounting it completely, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it never happened, because I do believe it's possible. Why didn't they just use a gun and kill everybody and leave? That's the whole point one of the biggest points with the whole thing. But there again, that can't be the absolution to it, folks. Don't take that as the end all be all thing. And again, silencers aren't as silent as people think. Like everybody thinks they make that. No, they don't sound like that at all.
Can I address Jesse's question, please.
Let me this
Jesse
one.
Schul.
Is that the one? What interests me is that the witnesses are telling us there is gunfire and the authorities are ignoring it. Is that what
Yeah.
you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
So, are you being serious there? Like, you don't understand what's happening? See, this is what confuses me about our conversations. Because, like, are you doing this thing at face value, or which reality are you? I'm so confused. I thought we were kind of like in step as to what we were assuming about, the takeaway from this interview. But what interests me is that the witnesses are telling us there's gunfire and the authorities are ignoring it. Well, yeah.
Well,
We've been
he
talking about
knows.
this the whole time.
No, he knows that. I think
They're
he's just
purposefully
pointing out it
ignoring
out.
it. So it's just confusing.
Hold on a minute.
Am I missing something? I don't know.
Saw a gun, heard a loud bang, saw a flash. Why don't see it through it? Oh, yeah. Again, it goes right back to they're playing the game, Jesse. If you're being real with it, yeah, I know what you mean. I think you're just speaking on it like just.
Yeah, is he being sarcastic or is he being like?
I think he's just
genuinely
pointing it out
confused?
that it's a big issue that is something that should have been called out by more than one person. Is what I'm taking it as, not just the fact that we know that it's the whole thing is a joke, like a sham, whatever you want to call it. He knows that too because he claims it too. I think he's just pointing out one more issue. That's all. As always, there's so many issues that are just repeating themselves. That's all. One second. I'm sorry. I just want to stomp in quickly. I'm going to watch replay when I get home. I want to say hey to all you beautiful people. You truly are warm my heart. Thank you so much, Lulu. God bless, hon. We appreciate you very much. Okay.
Okay. He means that the girls are going off script, but even as a performance.
Yeah. There you go. That's the shitty thing about texting is you can't have any inflection on what's going on. I get it. Yeah, good point too, Jesse. I mean, 100%.
Yep. And the investigators are on the fix. They are like putting it right in real time. When the girls say something that they shouldn't have said, then it gets adjusted. In other words.
Yeah.
Like I was pointing out, at the last time we were covering, like part 2 of this.
Right.
About how Detective Maury, even though Dylan had repeatedly said that Kaylee was upstairs and then she come running downstairs, at the very end, the sleight of hand trick that Detective Maury did, he put Kaylee upstairs.
Right.
And that's the end result that we see in the PCA. Kaylee never made it back downstairs, according to the PCA.
Of course, yeah. Right.
And if you watch really carefully, Dylan was off script there, but he fixed it.
Right. Here, he led her back to the fire. Right. 100%. I got you. And that's what Jesse said. The fact that they ignore it is evidence in itself. That's perfect. That's exactly.
Agree, Jesse.
Absolutely get it. Very good point.
Yeah,
no, that's a good
is
point.
Absolutely confusing sometimes what you're trying to.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like it. I never have. That's why I give people the option to come up here and speak because you can't really voice your opinions, and there's no emotion in texting. Basically, is what it is, folks. That's the problem. You can't tell a lot of times what people are saying. So, 100%. But what the point you were making before that, Eddie, is very interesting to me. That if there was that sound or that whatever the hell it was, it being on the second floor, Dylan had completely ignored it because she's supposed to. 100% makes sense to me, and I that's a good point. Very good point. Very
Yeah,
good.
and if
point.
there was a gunshot and there was a bullet hole somewhere, of course the state is going to contend that that's not the truth. That never happened.
Right.
Yeah.
And they went in. We know they went in and they cut out drywall here, drywall there, so on and so forth. So yeah, 100%. Absolutely. They would never be admitted because it's not part of the narrative, folks. So that can't ever be. It just can't ever be. Period. So yes, sir. Oh, was there anything else that you were adding, Dylan? No, he's probably looking into the Kyle Busch thing. All right, guys, moving on. Wait, what time is it? Yeah, we're gonna shut this down here soon.
Same floor. So this is a change of language here. He's asking about this sound. And she's saying, man, I didn't really hear it. I don't really know how I didn't because I was on that floor. And he's like, so you were right below it, right? Well, blank is below me and Xana and me are on the same floor. This is historical present, or just present. He's asking about the past. What happened in that moment? What? Because you were just right below it.
Interesting.
Xana and me are on the same floor. Hey, so this is like me asking one of my sons. So, hey, buddy, were you in your brother's room? Oh, my brother's room is over there. That doesn't answer the question. Were you in your brother's room when he was at his game? When we were all at the game and you were here? Well, my room's here and his room's over there.
You're avoiding the
That's
question.
deception.
Absolutely.
Her brain did not want to answer that. So like Xana and me stay on the same floor down here, I guess. So she's saying the boom was up above her floor now. I think that's where the I guess came from. This is very, very telling. So Xana is in between the bathroom and the kitchen. So now we're talking about, wait a minute. So I'm confused now. Didn't we go over all this? Yes, pretty much. There's like a wall and there's a kitchen and there's a bathroom. Okay. Anybody else on your floor? We're going through this again. And then downstairs on the first is her. Yes. And then up on the third was, okay, blank. I'm guessing who's up there. On the third, Kaylee and Maddie. Those are both on the third. Yeah. Similar layout where one is on the one bedroom over the other. Okay, this is an interesting question. Yeah, so Kaylee's room, I don't know if she says was or is, guys. She says one of those two, it sounds like. Okay, I'm just being honest with you. I'm not sure. I would really like to know if that was a was or is. Yeah, so Kaylee's room here, bathroom in the corner, and then Mogan's room. So she's pointing these things out, right? Okay. So Mogan would be over Xana's room. Yeah. Yes. And he's like, ish. And she's like, ish. So it was yes. And then because he said ish, she said ish.
More leading.
She wanted to parrot that.
Detectives.
I would think so. So this is interesting. I would think so. She lives there. Don't you know where you are in perspective of other rooms? I mean, how long does it take you to know that? Like, did she just move in yesterday? I would think so. She doesn't want to talk about this. She doesn't want to be confident. I would think so. Not even I think so. I would think so. It's even worse. Then, I guess, Kaylee would be above my room, I'm thinking. I guess Kaylee would be above my room, I'm thinking. Why would she talk about that? He didn't ask about that.
She does that a lot.
Interesting statement here. So Xana's on your floor, but she was upstairs with Kaylee Mogan? No, she was in her room. Our understanding is that at this point, you were in your room You opened the door. You saw a character, a guy in black, hurried and shut it, and then just ran downstairs and didn't think nothing of it, right? And then called and no one was answering. No one was waking up. And then called 911. And that person told her it's time to call the cops, and he wouldn't let us see anything. But yet, she was in a room. And Ethan, so he says she was in a room. Okay. And she adds, so Ethan was in Xana's room as well. And Ethan was in, and he interrupted her room. And she finished Xana's room as well. This is really bad, guys. Very concerning. Okay, so you had two of them. I mean, I hate interrupting myself because my brain is processing so many different thoughts. Think back. We started this with, we have the presupposition that we believe she's innocent, that we're going to believe what she says and listen to her, and she is going to confirm our presupposition, or she's going to talk us out of it. And now we have statements. I mean, not now. We're way past that at this point. We keep getting them. Very sad, cryptic statements explaining where they're at, but yet trying to also tell us she doesn't know because she was hiding behind that door. She was downstairs in the basement. Okay, so you had two of them there, then two of them on the third. Yeah, got it. Okay. I'll give you this just in case you think of anything else, which is totally normal. Okay. And then he just kind of goes through, you'll see a box of French fries and think of something. It's a funny statement. Yeah. Who knows what'll trigger it? And then he just kind of gets ready to wrap it up here. And then there's a break. And you'd think it'd be done. But we're not done. We are not done.
But we are.
Great place to end it.
Yeah. We're gonna pick this up tomorrow for part 2 of this because there's more. There's another whole half of this and some other things we're gonna go with it. This is absolute. Oh, okay. Oh, Eddie can't hear me. This is absolutely fascinating to me how he does this, and he's pointing it out right here. As he just said to you guys, the first part of this that we covered, he comes forward and says, we're going into this with, sorry, I kind of figured you'd have to drop out, but yeah, it is a very good point.
Dylan drops out and everything goes.
Right. It's a very good place to stop it. And we're going to pick it up tomorrow, like I was saying to them, and move on with the rest of this because this is only halfway through, a little bit more than halfway. This is fascinating to me. I love that he's doing this. And he pointed it out clear as day, right there at the gate, folks, from the front. He said, we were looking at this as if Dylan was innocent of everything, that he had no clue about this, that, and so on and so forth. And he says, and we're past that at this point. This is very deceptive, 100%. And this guy knows nothing else about this, okay? Nothing else about this. I mean, just more justification. The rest of this is quite a bit more interesting. So we're going to finish this tomorrow, and the rest of the stuff we're going to do with it. So it'll be good. Hopefully you guys will be here for it. Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate it. Any last thoughts on this thus far?
Yeah, thank you. It's more of a question than a thought. And the question is this.
Yeah.
This is twice now that I've mentioned about that portion of the interview where Detective Maury does the sleight of hand. He fixes and adjusted her version of events, and he puts Kaylee and the dog upstairs.
Yes.
And it just dawned on me. I'm not sure if everyone understands what I'm seeing because without like the layout of the house and then the interview happening and then like a pointer arrow and explaining it all and kind of, doing a play-by-play, so to speak.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe not everyone is tracking. And this is not something that I would have ever seen on my own. It came from a video, Pavarotti's video. Have you seen that video, Dago? Have you seen it explained and the way he breaks it down?
Which one about what? For sure.
The Detective Maury interview with Dylan. This one here. When it first came up, and his reaction to that, and he says, No,
I didn't see that.
Dylan consistently says Kaylee ran downstairs.
Right.
But it's in the PCA as she never went downstairs.
Right.
And he with the pointer arrow and like the layout of the house, and the explanation and going step by step as to it'll once you see it, you can't unsee it. And he explains it in a way that makes it very clear and understandable. Has anyone seen that? Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Or when I talk about this, is it like Greek to you?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that one. That was a long time back, right?
Yeah, I'm sure it would have been like shortly after we got access to the Detective Murray interview with Dylan on the
Okay.
13th.
I'm trying to see
Should
if
we ever look at that so we can see?
I would like to. I'm looking right now to see if I can find it.
Yeah, it might take some digging. I can do that in my time and email it to you
We
or
could
whatever.
actually do it tomorrow to go along with this if you want to do that. If you feel like looking for it and you have the time, absolutely. That'd be
Yeah,
great.
because two things. I hope everyone understands it. That's very important. And the other takeaway is, I'm not taking credit for it. This is Pavarotti's work, so
Right.
that's important too.
Absolutely. This sounds like a plan. That's a good point. I think it'd be good to have a visual on that as we're talking about this going forward. We can probably start with that um, tomorrow and then pick up where we left off and go forward. So that's a great idea. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dago.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to want to do that.
Yeah.
So absolutely.
Okay. All right, brother. We'll talk to you tomorrow. See
Sounds like a
everybody.
plan. Thank you again for your input. Dylan, you as well. Jesse, always. I appreciate you guys very, very much. I'm looking forward to tomorrow to finish this up. I got to tell you guys, and I'm, I'm just like floored. I'm beyond grateful for Travis, and the things he's doing. It's very explanatory. It's eye opening. And it's stuff that we've always thought. But some of these things, in my opinion, you guys needs to be justified. They do. They just. We can say what we think. We can say what we feel. We can see what we see, and we can give our opinions on it. But when you have somebody that is, and I'm not, he claimed that he's not an expert, but he did study this and he's very good at it. Comes forward and does what we're saying without us knowing it, and throws it at us and says, "Here it is." And the guy went in there completely blind. It blows my mind, and it's there. It's a good feeling. It's justification, like I said, which is something I think needs to be done. So again, please make sure that you're subscribed to Travis T. Logic. Again, make sure his link is paused in the chat, you guys, please and thank you. I'm very much looking forward to this. We've reached out to him. I'm going to try to get him to join me either here or the other show, the verdict room. Real quick, I have another quick announcement I wanted to make to you guys as well. And mods, for those of you that are available, I wanted to jump in into a little meeting after this, if possible. I've made a decision that I'm going to be starting another channel. I've seen it. There's a couple other creators that have done it, and they actually kind of gave me the idea. I've been thinking on it, but 1 second, don't go nowhere. All right, sorry about that. Had to deal with something real fast. So I made a decision that I am going to start another channel. Like I said, there's a couple other creators that have done it as well, Jules and uh, Devil's Advocates, that doing other things too. And I've been floating the thought around for a while on how to do it. I've done some things in this channel. What the heck was I doing here? I've done the creepy, weird, unexplained, scary Saturday stuff and all this and that and everything else. And it was interesting to people. They liked it. But I have something that I've always had more of an interest in. And a lot of people in the community have as well. And I hope that you guys will support this as well. I would be grateful. But it's something I'm going to be starting up here real soon. I talked to the channel co-managers and managers, the crew last night about it, and they agreed that it was a good idea. And 1 minute here. Where the heck is it? There we go. And so I've decided I'm going to go ahead and do it. And this is it. It's going to be called Cafe Conspiracy. What we're going to do there is we will be talking about nothing but conspiracy theory stuff, okay? Whatever it is, there's plenty of stuff out there that I've had an interest in that I'm in, that I don't want to bring in here to do on this type of stuff because this has to be based off of truth, folks. That's a fact. So the new channel will be called Cafe Conspiracy. And we're going to break down conspiracy theories and discuss them and talk about them and so on and so forth. So I'm hoping that you guys are interested in this. If this is something you guys would like to see, if you would please throw a 1 in the chat. And if not, make it a 2. But yeah, tinfoil hat cafe. Absolutely. Yes. I actually have a photograph. It'll be something interesting. It'll be a break from the norm with what we do. I think it'll be a lot of fun, as well as we're going to be adding new merch too with it. So just so you guys know, you can get stuff for that. I already have some stuff set up. Cassie's working on that goes along with it. I'm going to be creating a whole thing on it. But I'm definitely looking forward to it. I'm very excited. Sorry. I don't know what just happened. Sorry about that, everybody. Anyway, so that is what we're doing. Again, if you guys want to see this or if you're interested, throw a 1 in the chat for me. And like I said, I would love the support from you guys to subscribe to it once I get it set up and rolling. I'm really excited about it, though. I really am. And I hope you guys will be as well. It's going to be fun. It's going to be interesting. I have a lot of info on stuff like this. I've looked into stuff like this for years. I've always followed behind it. So, and they will be 2 completely separate things. Not yet, Mad Dog, but there will be soon. And I will be posting it. The mods will post it, so on and so forth. But I just kind of wanted to give you guys the info. It'll be soon, too. It's going to start up soon. I'm working on it now as we speak. As you can see, I already have the logo and everything built up for it. All of that. So Cafe Conspiracy is coming soon. And I hope you guys are down for it. And I don't know the time span, the exact days, how often. We'll see how it goes, and we'll go from there. So I would really appreciate the support on it. Again, once I put it together and get the link out there, of course, please, and spread it out. Share it out, whatever, and hopefully we can make something out of it. I'm looking forward to it. So thank you guys all so very much for your support in this channel, of course, which is doing amazing. I'm grateful to you all 100% for that. And just so everybody knows, the moderators will be the same from channel to channel. There won't be much difference except for the content. I can't wait. I cannot wait. And a lot of the mods were very excited about it. As I am too. So hopefully you guys will be. So let's see. It looks like, thank you, Bubbles, for that. Looks like we got a couple ones in here. Good stuff. Eddie's into it. Cool. Cool. Absolutely. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. So I hope that goes over well. I do. Thank you guys very much, though. I appreciate you so very much, like I said, for your support here. Hopefully, we will be able to do that there as well and make that into something exciting. Thank you to my moderators, as always. Thank you, Eddie. Again, Jesse, Eddie, Dylan, thank you for your input and everything you guys do. I appreciate you all very much. Make sure you guys, please, if you will, hit the like button, share this out. Don't forget that at all. Thank you to anybody that chose to support us through any other means, such as the Cash Apps or PayPal, Venmo, any of that stuff. It's never, ever expected, but always appreciated. And I can't wait, guys. I'm kind of really excited about this. So, and we will have memberships and everything set up over there, same way we do here. If anybody wants to be part of it, it's going to be the same type scenario. It's just going to have different content, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And one thing over there, when we go over there and talk about these things, you'll be able to talk about whatever you want to talk about, because that's the whole basis of it. So remember that. Save it for that if you have those theories. So anyway, that sounds amazing to me. I'm excited for it. Again, mods, if you can, I'd like to talk with you just shortly here. Right after. And again, guys, don't forget, please, to love yourselves and love each other. And if you do anything, don't change anything about you, because you guys truly are the beautiful people. Nothing but love to you all. Thank you so much for being you. I will see you soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We